Okay.
Working.
All right. For those folks on Zoom waiting for us, we're having a problem with the microphones in the House chamber. And they're trying to figure out the microphones are not coming on in the House chamber. So that's why we're held up momentarily. So bear with us, please.
Yeah.
Yay. All right, Everybody mute their microphones on their computers if they would, please. Well, it is, but mine is muted. Can you hear me now? There we go. That's better. I turned the volume. Okay. Good morning. I'm Mike Carpenter. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. We're here today to hold work sessions on a number of bills. This morning and this afternoon, we're going to take up some bills that we have still pending before the committee. Before we go further, I would ask the members of the committee please to introduce themselves, beginning with the representative from Kennebunkport, Representative Babbage.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Christopher W. Babbage. Actually, I do not represent Kennebunkport other than the fact that it shares a school system, and I often represent their interests, but I do represent the town of Kennebunk, and that is House District 8.
My apologies to the citizens of Kennebunkport. Representative Talbot Ross.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross. I represent House District 40, which is part of Portland.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shanna Bellows. I'm Senator for Senate District 14, which is 11 towns in southern Kennebec County.
Barbara Cardone, House District 127, Bangor.
Good morning and welcome. My name is Tom Harnett. I represent House District 83, which is the town of Farmingdale and the city of Gardner.
Good morning, Representative Jeffrey Evangelos, House District 91, and my computer's warming up. I'll be on screen in a minute. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Representative Donna Bailey, and I represent House District 14, which is part of the amazing city of Saco.
On Zoom, I believe we have several members. If they would also introduce themselves, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Keim. I proudly represent Senate District 18, which is much of northern Oxford County and 2 communities in Androscoggin.
Hello, I'm David Hagan, represent Hamden and Newburgh.
I'm Lois Reckett, and I represent the ocean end of South Portland in District 31.
As I said, I'm Mike Carpenter, Senate District 2, Northern Maine, Prescott to Patton. At this point, Representative Babbage, Representative Talbot Ross, and Senator Bellows will depart the chamber and go to their assigned rooms. We have to have a quorum in the chamber to begin the meeting. They will come back prior to any votes. I'll try to give you a heads up so that you have time to get here, and we won't discuss anything from the first bill until they are assembled in their assigned room. So we'll be just a moment, please. Thank you.
Yeah, we got tons, real big ones too. Yep. Yes, yeah, like last week. Yep.
Anytime now, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Dig around, see how you go.
yep. Should be ready.
All right, I believe everybody is in their assigned position. We'll now turn to LD 1990, an act to amend the laws governing access to prescription and monitoring information. Peggy, are you with us?
There, I am. You do have your file for LD 1990 in front of you, and you spend a lot of time working on this.
We could get
was
by
one-
without microphones. We could not get by without Peggy. And by the way, Peggy Reich
Thank
is the committee analyst, and Soupy is here somewhere. Susan Panett is our committee clerk, who's put everything together for us to show us what to do today. Peggy, go ahead.
So
Thank you.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Great. So the first bill on your list is LD 1990, which is an act to allow the sharing of information from the prescription monitoring program with, I think, the federal DEA and also, or maybe it's the U.S. Attorney and the Attorney General's office. And after a whole lot of discussion with all the interested parties, I was told by the Attorney General that he would actually like an ought not to pass on this bill.
Thank you. Further questions by members of are there questions by members of the committee? If not, I'm sure that Representative Bailey would love to make the motion to kill one of my bills. Representative Bailey.
I move ought not to pass.
Moved by Representative Bailey, seconded by Representative Harnett. Ought not to pass. Discussion by members of the committee. Now that you're nicely settled in, folks, you can come back. And we'll hold our any further thoughts unless there are any questions. Representative Talbot Ross, Representative Babbage, Senator Bellows, you'll have to return to the chamber.
Oh, you're not hearing us?
I can hear you now. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Come on down. Leave your computer there and come on down.
Okay.
Did you, unless you had something you wanted to discuss about this bill, the motion
No,
was-
I wanted to ask a question.
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. No, surely.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I see. You want to come down to vote is what you meant. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, no, I have a question, and and it'll be very quick. There is a question at the end, but I want to explain to the committee that on December 31st of 2018, I wrote a letter to who would be the newly elected Attorney General. He hadn't been seated yet, but a court in Ohio had directed that the plaintiff states in a lawsuit regarding Purdue Pharma and others be given access to the federal ARCOS database. And I had written a letter to the Attorney General asking why we're not part of the lawsuit, and would it not be to our advantage to have access to this information, which according to ARCOS is actually supposed to be available to federal and state law enforcement agencies. However, 6 months later, I did meet with the Attorney General a couple times during February, but 6 months later, there was previously undisclosed information from ARCOS that actually exposed the fact that they had 76 billion pills distributed between 2006 and 2012, and that was a giant moment in this lawsuit and so forth. My question has to do with the fact that our drug monitoring program, which has been in statute for quite a while, I understand the opposition to this bill has to do, for many, with the ACLU, for instance, with potential violations of privacy. I wondered if our access to ARCOS makes our access to this information, or the Attorney General's access to this information, less necessary to do his job. Do we know that? Do we have access to ARCOS, and is it relevant to this bill?
I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know if Peggy's had any conversation with the Attorney General's office. She's shaking her head no. So
I have not.
what I would respectfully request, Representative Babbage, is that you make inquiry. I don't believe there's anybody on the meeting today from the AG's office with that information. I know Mr. Maycumber's there, but I'm not sure. And if he has any information about that, he could certainly weigh in.
Yeah.
If not,
I have no issue with his withdrawing the bill, and I also wondered why we were giving permission for a United States District Attorney to have access of federal. So I'm fine. Thank you very
okay,
much.
come on down. We'll wait for the 3 other members. Whoops, Senator Bellows is already in the chamber. We'll wait for the other 2 to arrive. Ms. Panett, Soupy, if you can hear me, you will need to come down as well to take the roll. Thank you. Representative Babbage has arrived, and we're now waiting for the committee clerk to come in so that she can call the roll.
All right, we're working on some technicalities with the committee clerk not having sound to this meeting, so I did just call her. She's on her way. Luckily, she's only
I
a
assumed
floor
that's what you
away.
were doing. We could just yell up to her, I suppose.
I could run upstairs.
I couldn't.
We're voting.
Oh, wow. Yeah, well, your side is, the left is, the right isn't.
I voted yes and no. I'm undecided.
Never could make a decision.
You know, I don't want to step out of line here, but I know that the next bill on your list is kind of queued for an ought not to pass. I don't know if you're going to have a lot of discussion about that. If you're not going to have a lot of discussion, maybe while the other members are in the room, you
I
can
suggested that to them already, that they might want to just stay put for the second bill.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Margaret.
It's Chris Babbage. I just wanted to mention, I mentioned ARCOS. The ARCOS data is not patient specific. So I think some of the privacy issues that people had with this bill does not apply. It's merely manufacture to retail in volume. When it happened, it designated when the companies knew where it was going and in what volume to what specific destinations. So I don't think it's the same issues, brings up any of the same issues that are concerns with the prescription drug monitoring program here in the state of Maine. Thank you.
Pending motion before the committee is the motion ought not to pass. I'd ask the committee clerk to call the roll if there's no further requests for discussion.
Representative Cardone.
Yes.
Representative Cardone votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Curtis. Representative Curtis is absent. Representative Reckett. Representative Reckett is absent. Senator Bellows. Senator Bellows votes yes. Senator Carpenter.
Yes.
Senator Carpenter votes yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Talbot Ross. Yes. Representative Talbot Ross votes yes. Representative DeVoe.
Representative DeVoe is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 8 members voting yes.
8 members voting in the affirmative, no members voting in the negative. The motion ought not to pass does prevail. For Representative Hagan, Representative Reckitt, and Senator Kime, you'll have 24 hours to call the presiding officer's office and indicate how you wish to be recorded. Without any further ado, then, we're going to move to LD 657, an act to reorganize the probate code, sponsored by Representative Cardone. Chair would recognize Representative Cardone.
Do you want me to, okay. We are taking another tactic on this and working with the governor's office to get a, and I should say with the Chief Justice as well, to get a blue ribbon commission together to do some long-term planning on this, on the probate courts. So the bottom line is we no longer need this bill. So therefore, I would like to move ought not to pass on this bill.
Motion before the body is ought not to pass. Do I have a second? Representative Bailey, seconds. Further discussion on LD 657? If not, I don't see any hands waving frantically. I would ask the committee clerk to call the roll, please.
Representative Cardone.
Yes.
Representative Cardone votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Curtis. Representative Curtis is absent. Representative Reckitt. Representative Reckitt is absent. Senator Bellows.
Yes.
Senator Bellows votes yes. Senator Carpenter.
Yes.
Senator Carpenter votes yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Talbot Ross.
Yes.
Representative Talbot Ross votes yes. Representative DeVoe. Representative DeVoe is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 8 members voting yes.
8 members voting in the affirmative and no members voting in the negative. The motion ought not to pass does prevail. Again, for the committee members who are not physically present, you have 24 hours. The next bill we'll take up is LD 1421, an act to amend the bail code. We will wait for the 3 committee members to distance themselves before we begin discussion. Thank you. All right. We're now going to consider LD 1421, an act to amend the bail code. Peggy, where are we?
So a lot of people have been working on this bill, and in your packet, you have the latest version. Your packet is separate. We've also posted this online for anybody, and I think I sent it out. And I can email it out to anybody who doesn't already have it. But there is a new proposed amendment, looks like this, and it's got a date at the bottom. It's the ACLU proposed draft of 7/20/6/18. And I know it's Representative Talbot Ross's bill. This originally was referred to the Criminal Justice Committee. It was re-referred to you in January, and it's your bill, and Representative Talbot Ross is the sponsor, and I know that she had some comments that she wanted to make. And then I believe Megan Sway from the ACLU will walk you through all the pieces of it.
Before we go any further, describe that amendment again for me, please, so I can find it. Never mind.
Yes. So you should have on the top of your files there in committee,
Right.
a packet. And this is the very top document. It's white paper and it says LD 1421 in the top corner.
Here we go. All right. It was not in my packet. It was outside my packet, but that's okay.
I'm so sorry.
I have it. You're not your fault, I'm sure. All right. So is everybody all set to discuss the proposed amendment, which is handwritten LD 1421 in the upper right-hand corner? All right. Go ahead, Peggy.
I know that Representative Talbot Ross had some comments that she wanted to make before you jump into all the details.
All right. Representative Talbot Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, welcome to everyone. Good morning. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross. I represent House District 40, which is part of Portland, and a proud sponsor of LD 1421. In many ways, given this time in our history, this feels like a modest step, but an incredibly meaningful one in pretrial justice reform. Only about 1.6% of Maine's population identifies as Black or African American, but 5% of people arrested every year in Maine are Black or African American. In Portland, where I live and I'm proud to represent, many of those people are in this system. 8.3% of residents identify as Black or African American, but about 17% of the people arrested in Portland are Black or African American. So 8.3% of the population, 17% of the people arrested. The problems of race and the impact of racism are deeply embedded in our legal system and will take lifetimes to root out, to reconcile, and abolish. But just because the problem is big doesn't mean we can't still make a difference. This committee can take a bold step forward with this modest bill that, among other things, eliminates cash bail for most Class E offenses. More than 30% of arrests in Maine every year are for Class E offenses. These are Maine's lowest level of crime possible and include things like drinking in public, shoplifting, trespassing on a public beach, and fishing without a license. When cash bail is imposed on someone for a Class E crime, it is usually a small amount of money, $50, $100, somewhere in that range. But those who can't pay the bill are stuck in jail until the next arraignment day in court, which could be a day or a weekend or several days spent behind bars for a very minor act. Whether you are stuck in jail should not depend on what is in your wallet. I think this is a critical point. Whether you are stuck in jail should not depend on what is in your wallet. Research shows that just one day behind bars is enough to make many people lose their jobs, their spots in recovery housing, or even custody of their kids. And those who are stuck in jail pretrial have been shown to plead guilty and get longer sentences than those who are allowed to go home before trial. What we saw this past spring as law enforcement reacted to the horrors of COVID-19 is that not jailing people for low-level crimes did not decrease the safety of the community. Together, police and sheriffs were able to decrease the population of Maine's jails by about 40% in mid-May, and the sky did not fall. Crime did not skyrocket. Communities didn't combust. Instead, we were able to keep our communities safe by not incarcerating people for small offenses. It is only recently, when returning to normal, that our jails have started to see COVID-19 appear. This bill is a modest step forward again, but it's one of the most important we can take at this time in our history and during this legislative session. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'd like for you to be recognized, Megan Sway, who, as Peggy said, will take us through the bill.
In just a moment, are any questions by members of the committee of Representative Talbot Ross? If not, Ms. Sway, are you on?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to comment on this? Who did you work with? I guess I'll ask you a question. Who did you work with in drafting this?
Thank you. This is Megan Sway from the ACLU of Maine, and I talked with Andrea Mancuso of the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence, and had conversations with Chief Mills, who's the Chief of Police in Augusta for the Maine Chiefs of Police, had a call with the Maine Sheriff's Association, and talked to Major Scott at the Maine State Prison, Maine State Police, and Major Groton, who is also on the line today.
Anything you would like to add to what Representative Talbot Ross has already told us?
I was just going to walk through the bill if people have questions about what is in it. It has not substantively changed from the last work session, but it feels like March was 2 years ago for me. I don't know about you guys. So if you would like me to walk through the bill, I'm happy to do so. If you don't want me to, please let me know.
I will have you in a second. I did see that Sheriff Morton was on the call, and I'd like to ask him to weigh in on his thoughts since sheriffs run jails. Sheriff Morton, are you still with us?
Absolutely, and thank you very much. We appreciate the representative's work on this. She's worked tirelessly with our association, not only for our patrol deputies, but for several of the issues in the jail. One of the issues that we continue to have in the jail was the thought of process taking too long, that people sat in pretrial status for far too long. And that obviously brings concern to the bail issues, and our bail's appropriate. And so there are certainly portions of this that we support, and we're along with the representative on this. Our only comment is that the judicial already has the ability to do some of these things. They have the ability to reduce bails and not set them. So our only thought was, could this be done through processes rather than legislation? And then really only a second piece on this was, obviously there's a piece about the bail fee for bail commissioners under section 5B that says that the county sheriffs in which a defendant is detained may create a fund. Obviously, we're very concerned about that because now we're putting this burden back on the county jails or the county sheriffs to raise money to pay for state bail commissioners. So that's something that we'd certainly would like to have addressed in this, and maybe it's already been addressed, but I still see that. Megan, I may be wrong, but I see that still here in this amendment. But besides that, we do appreciate the work going forward. We have seen some good successes between a defense counsel, our DAs, our local and county and state law enforcement on attempts to use summonses versus arrest. However, making sure that bail commissioners and the courts have the ability to set appropriate bails is always important.
Thank you, Sheriff Morton. We'll deal with each of those issues as they come up. If there are not other committee members who want to weigh in at this point, I would ask if we could just take a look at the amendment. Ms. Sway, since you're the primary author here, it looks like you want to walk us through it.
Yes, thank you. Section 1 of the bill changed, so to back up, both bail commissioners and judges can set bail for defendants. And so in the bail code, they separately address the bail commissioner's ability and the judge's ability to set cash bail or other bail conditions. But we have changed it so that the judge and bail commissioner for certain Class E offenses, it's the same, but it will appear twice in this document because of the way the bail code is written. So Section 1 amends the bail code so that for certain Class E offenses, the lowest level of misdemeanor, cash bail cannot be a condition set on most Class E crimes. In consultation with Andrea Mancuso and domestic violence victim advocates, we exempted any crimes in Chapter 11, which is sexual assaults. We exempted any crimes allegedly committed against a family or household member in an attempt to address concerns about victim safety in gender-based violence. And in response to prosecutors' concerns, we exempted if a defendant does not show up for court, then they can have cash bail set on that crime. So sorry, that was section 1 and 2.
Megan, could I interrupt you just for a second? So the only way in under subsection 4, cash bail could be set if the person fails to appear on that very crime, correct?
Yeah, well.
How would that work?
If you fail to appear, it's a Class E crime. And so that is how, so we are exempting the crime of not appearing for court from the prohibition on cash bail. So it could be for this crime or any other crime if you are charged with failure to appear in court.
I don't think that
can be set.
because it says on the Class E crime. I would take it to mean that would be the crime, the subject to which the bail consideration is being considered. So let's say that I had a failure to appear on a Class E crime 2 weeks ago. Could that be considered, and could cash bail be imposed this time because I didn't show up the last time?
My intent with this was to exempt the crime of failure to appear in court.
Anytime there was a failure to appear for a Class E.
That was my understanding of what the prosecutors were asking for. And if I wrote it incorrectly, then I apologize.
You might want to take a look at the word "the."
Okay.
All right. We don't have to spend a lot of time on that, but we'll come back to it.
Thank you for that. So that was section 1 and 2 of the bill. Section 3 clarifies that on a if you are charged with a Class E crime, a bail commissioner may still impose conditions. The only condition they may not impose is cash bail. So the conditions are listed in section 1026, subsection 3 of the code. But bail commissioners may still set those conditions as are necessary to affect the purposes of the bail code. And it says that a bail commissioner may not refuse to examine a person to determine the person's eligibility for bail, even if they can't afford the fine. This was put in because of research that our senior researcher found that there are some bail commissioners who, when they think a defendant cannot pay the $60 bail commissioner fee, will not go finish giving bail and so someone is stuck in jail because they can't pay the $60 bail commissioner fee. Part B is already in law. We just made it into a Part B because there's a Part A. So we did not create the onus on the sheriffs. And it's a may create a fund, not must create a fund. And so we didn't feel it was our place to alter that part of existing law. And we put this part in after talking with the judicial branch. And it was then Chief Softly who assured us that this was a provision that she was comfortable with. The judicial branch oversees bail commissioners. When I say she was comfortable with this, I mean subsection A. We didn't discuss subsection B. I would not presume that she would speak for the sheriff.
How do you propose the bail commissioner is going to determine the financial ability of the person to pay the $60 fee? And don't you think that 99% of the people sitting in jail are going to say they don't have the ability to pay the $60 fee?
Well, it's already law in the bail code that a bail commissioner cannot impose, they already have to do that analysis already. And so I didn't put into the bill more because they're already making those determinations daily about how much bail is appropriate. And what we hear often is that they will set a cash bail amount and then take out $60 in order to make sure that their fee is paid, which makes sense. You want to get paid for the work that you are doing. But they're making those determinations every day right now. And so
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. And we put that a bail commissioner's fee is not a condition, a financial condition of release. So when we say that Class E crimes are not subject to cash bail, or we call it a financial condition of release, but if a bail commissioner sets other conditions of bail, then a defendant who can pay the bail commissioner fee still has to pay in order for the bail commissioner to set bail at that amount. It's not a perfect compromise, but we also recognize that we don't want to make bail commissioners work for free any more than is constitutionally necessary to not keep people in jail who can't afford to pay.
Would you agree with the sheriff, though, that the only place that money can come from will be the taxpayers in the fund? So there will have to be created in the county budget, I assume, a line for bail commissioner fees.
Again, that's already in the law, and the law already is that a bail commissioner may not. So we were clarifying that the bail commissioner may not, but it's already the law that if someone can't afford to pay the bail commissioner fee, they can't be held. We were just making it crystal clear in the law. But my understanding is that that is already existing law. Not only constitutional, but also, and I can find the provision in the bail code where it said that. So,
okay, not right now. Okay.
Okay. Our intent was not to change the law, but to clarify.
Okay.
In section 4, section 4 deals with the conditions of release that may be imposed on defendants. And the first change made is in subsection 9A. And we eliminated the condition of random searches for drugs and alcohol, but searches may still be made upon articulable suspicion, which is a lower standard than probable cause and is already a possibility in the bail code. And we exempted anyone involved in specialty courts like drug courts at the request of the judicial branch and prosecutors, so that if you are in a specialty drug court, you may still agree to that condition. But if you are on bail otherwise, police must now have an articulable suspicion, which again is a low standard. We also took out subsection 14 that had that a condition could be that a defendant check in with their defense attorney upon hearing from defense attorneys. If that creates a conflict of interest, if the defendant doesn't check in with them, then they have to tell the court, and that's against their client's interest. So we took that out. And then section B1 is exactly what we went over above for bail commissioners, but applies it to judges and judicial officers, all judicial officers, including bail commissioners and judges. So they may not impose cash bail on most Class E's except sexual assaults, domestic or gender-based claims, and failure to appear in court. And once again, Senator Carpenter, I see that on the Class E crime there, and I will circle it.
Okay.
Okay. So section 5, we're almost done, involves the things that a bail commissioner or judge must take into account when deciding what bail to impose and what conditions to impose. We struck out the defendant's family ties in the state, but kept in the defendant's community ties, because in doing research saw occasionally people who were homeless it was held against them that they didn't have family, but they had community ties that were otherwise. And so we took that out, but kept in community ties as something that might make you more likely to appear in court. We took out in subsection 6 that the bail commissioner or judge take into account any history of substance use disorder, because it's our position that that violates the Americans with Disability Act to punish someone for potentially punish someone for their prior substance use. And then we added 3 factors. On 12, whether the defendant is the primary person responsible for the care of another. So whether someone, if they're not given bail, they're not able to get out, is someone on the outside dependent on them for care. Whether the defendant has a specific health care need, including mental health care, that would be better met outside of jail. And whether being placed or remaining in custody would jeopardize their employment prospects. And that is the entire bill.
Thank you, Ms. White. Members of the committee, I have a couple of questions, but I'll hold mine until we'll see if anybody else. Chair recognizes Representative Cardone.
Just a quick question.
Sorry.
I thought you said you deleted family ties in the state, but you were looking at community ties, but I don't see community or supports in the bill anywhere.
It's C5, the defendant's length of residence in the community and the defendant's community ties.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yes.
Representative Harnett.
I just noticed in the summary, we say a Class A crime rather than the Class E crime. Would that address your concern, Senator Carpenter? If we change the to...
Point it to me again, please.
On page 1, you were concerned about the word the in subsection 4.
Yep.
In the summary, we use the word a, just the letter.
Right.
Would that address your concern?
I think it would.
So if you made that change on page 1 and also on page 5, you could address that concern and have consistency.
I would think it would. I guess another concern, I'm sorry, Senator Bellows.
That's, I have a different question, not on this particular piece of it.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Megan, in reviewing subsection C and the list of history and characteristics of the defendant that the bail commissioner or judicial officer may consider. I understand the rationale. I understand the concerns that family ties can be a discriminatory factor, but my question is, are these ands or ors? Because I could imagine someone who might have strong family ties, but not strong community ties because of just reluctant, anyway, for a variety of reasons. I guess my question is, these are things that they may consider or that they must consider all of them? Because if they're options, then I don't really see the rationale for deleting family ties.
And before you answer that, Ms. Sway, I had a question in that same area. And I understand the concern about lack of family, perhaps, if you're homeless. But what if we simply said, take the word family out? I mean, one of the first considerations of bail is the ability to ensure the defendant returns to court. One of the considerations there is their ties to the state. If you took out the word family and left two in, it's somewhat duplicative perhaps of the second part of 5, but it seems to me you could have potentially, I don't know if you could have community, I don't know if they're mutually exclusive, but I hear the concern about the word family. If you took out the word family, ties to, not in the state, the defendant's ties to the state, and then left 5 as it is, doesn't that accomplish what you're trying to do? Ms. Sway?
I'm sorry, I'm thinking. So to answer Senator Bellows' question first,
Go ahead.
The judicial officer shall consider the history and characteristics of the defendant, including but not limited to these factors. And so this is a list of things they can consider. And the point about this being a positive and a negative was raised by other people. So that is something that others have raised and we felt comfortable. But if this committee doesn't feel comfortable, that is not a point that I would fight hard over. In terms of just saying the defendant's ties in the state, and whether it's duplicative of line 5, I don't think it would be duplicative because it's a little bit of splitting hairs, but the defendant's ties in the state could be statewide and your community can be just your local community. I'm not sure it's necessary either, but again, if that's something that would make you more comfortable, that would be, if Representative Talbot Ross is fine, that is something that I would be okay with.
Senator Bellows, you had another question?
Well, an alternative, and I like your solution, Senator Carpenter, but an alternative would be if we were to delete 2, we could add community or family to make that piece explicitly an or rather than an and. That might achieve the same goal where you're saying the defendant's length of residence in the community and the defendant's community or family ties.
But I thought we wanted to get rid of the word family for people who might not have family. I'm more concerned about other ties to the state rather than just family.
Fair enough. That makes sense to me.
And I'd be perfectly fine to take 2 out. I don't like the words in the state anyway. And if you were to put in the defendant's length of residence in the community and the defendant's ties to the community or the state, would that? Representative Babbage. I'm sorry, somebody else had their hand up. I didn't see it. Go ahead, Representative Babbage.
Yeah, thank you. I think Ms. Sway's reminder to me that this is not may consider, but is shall consider, makes what we had before us, as presented, I think work. Because the defendant's family ties in the state, if that must be considered, it does become a major factor, whereas community ties. Do I have community ties to Rockland? I certainly do. I have family there. Family would be part of the community tie aspect of that. But I think the fact that they must consider these, therefore, I think justifies what is presented before us. That's all. Thanks.
Two of the participants apparently had raised their hand, but I don't see. Sheriff Morton, did you want to weigh in, or Major Grutton, or Senator Keim? I'll ask Sheriff Morton. What are your thoughts with regard to what I'm suggesting as far as community or ties to the community or the state? And that could include family. It could include business. I mean, it's more all-encompassing than just the word family.
I could appreciate that, Senator, and I think that really goes along with making sure that not only bail commissioners, but the courts are aware of what the intent that you folks are putting together here today. I think that really becomes the part of this, and I think that we have that in current law today, making sure that they understand where those conditions would come from.
Thank you. Other persons who wish to comment? Okay. Other committee members who have questions or comments? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Evangelos.
I didn't raise my hand.
Well, you were waving at me then. Representative Cardone, do you have a question? Go ahead.
I don't know if we're back on this Class E Section 2H4. I think it would be clearer, because changing the to still doesn't address the issue of whether you're talking about the new charge of failure to appear or the underlying Class E crime. So I thought it would be clearer if subsection 4 said if the defendant is charged with failure to appear, and have it specifically address failure to appear.
What if it just said previously failed to appear on a Class E crime?
I don't think that would be the intent. I think the intent is on this, like, if you are charged with a failure to appear now, then that charge is something you have to pay bail on.
So what you're suggesting is, if this is a second bite at the apple, so the charge they bring them in on includes a previous failure to appear on this charge?
Pending.
So, the other big thing that I completely did not mention that I should have was so if you go to Section 2H3, any violation of condition of release premised on new criminal conduct is subject to cash bail. So there aren't second bites at the apple, so to speak. If you failed to appear in court once before, that doesn't mean that you commit a Class E. If you failed to appear in court before and you fail to appear now, what you're being charged cash bail on is what is now, but it doesn't mean that you are. I don't think that what happened before affects what's happening now. And I don't know, I'm probably not making sense, but I don't, because you're not getting a second bite of the apple. If you don't appear, they can put cash bail on you. That is, regardless of whether you have always appeared in court in the past or never appeared in court in the past. If you don't appear in court, a judge or bail commissioner can set cash bail.
We'll let Representative Harnett clear it up for us.
I'm just wondering if you kept the word "the" and inserted the word "underlying Class E crime." Would that address the concerns?
I was going to suggest instead of that to say that is a violation of Title 15, subsection 1091, which is the crime of failing to appear in court. And so
I was suggesting.
Is that new criminal conduct?
just failing, yes, the act of failing to appear in court in and of itself is a new criminal charge.
So if you had previously failed to appear on this or any other Class E charge under sub 3, you could impose a cash bail.
If you have not appeared now, if you failed to appear before and now you are charged with a separate Class E that has nothing to do with appearing in court, and it doesn't fall under the exceptions, they can still set cash bail. We know from our research on the court notification text program that a lot of people don't show up in court for many reasons. And so saying if you have never ever showed up in court, you always get cash bail set on you would be, I think, overly inclusive and not take into account the realities of the reasons why people don't show up in court.
I'm not clear at all what we're talking about. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just obtuse today. Representative Bailey?
I also am not clear. And so, Megan, perhaps again, if you could explain what are you trying to accomplish in subsection 4? I mean, give an example of the scenario that you're trying to capture that hasn't been captured by subsection 4, and perhaps then we can work on the language, because I'm still not clear what the intent is.
Okay.
Ms. Way.
Yes. So subsection 4. So in general, what this whole, all of this, everything above subsection 4 and is saying, in general, on Class E crimes, there are things like drinking in public and things like that. A judicial officer, bail commissioner, or judge cannot set cash as a condition of release, except in numbers 1 through 4. So except if you were, 1, charged with a Class E crime that is found somewhere in Chapter 11, which is sexual assault, the sexual assaults chapter. Or if you were charged with a Class E crime that is committed against a family or household member. Or if you're charged with a violation of condition of release, which if you violate a condition of release while you're out on a misdemeanor charge, that is a Class E crime in and of itself. So if you are charged with a violation of condition of release and the underlying charge was against a family or household member, or if you are charged with a violation of condition of release that is saying that you committed a new crime, and then 4, or if you are charged with failing to appear in court, which is another Class E crime. So these are all categories of Class E crimes that we're taking out from the general prohibition on setting cash bail. I don't know if I'm confusing everybody.
May I ask a question?
Representative Babbage?
Yes. Megan, can you help me to understand what would be different if we merely said if the defendant has failed to appear in court, period? What is it that you're trying to accomplish that is beyond that, or that is different from that?
My fear with just leaving it there is that leaves it open to, if the defendant has ever not appeared in court, then whatever Class E crime they are charged with in the future, they always can have cash bail set on them, regardless of what the crime is or what the circumstances of the crime are. So it would leave it open to, if any time in your past you were not able to make it to court for your court date, for any time in the future that you are charged with a Class E crime, say it's 20 years from now, that they could impose cash bail on you because once 20 years ago, you did not appear in court on your appointed date and time.
I understand that. So on the Class E crime, that's
a drafting error because that doesn't make sense the way I have drafted it.
well, what if it was, if you say on a Class E crime, what if it's a Class A, what if it's a 10-year-old Class E crime that you failed to appear for? I mean, that would be the same. Yeah, go ahead. I used the word pending before, but I'm trying to nail it down what you want here.
Yeah, I think, would it make sense if for said, if the defendant has been charged with failure to appear in court, would that make you feel like that makes it clearer? And we can, the reason I had cited Title 15, 1091 is subsection, or Section 1091 was that is the actual crime, but I don't know if that's necessary. You could just say if the defendant has been charged with failure to appear in court, and that would be.
And that's a current situation.
Yes.
As well. I mean, that's how it would have to be worded.
Yes.
I believe John Pelletier had his hand up, and I missed him somewhere. Are you with us, John? There you are. John, you're muted at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Thank you, Senator Carpenter. If I could try and add some clarity, maybe I won't. I think there are two paradigms. One is if the prosecutor can demonstrate that in your history, you have failed to appear on a Class E crime, then going forward for all time, bail could be set on any subsequent Class E crime you're charged with. That's one way. And I think just converting the to A would accomplish that, what I just described.
Let me interrupt you. Are you suggesting a conviction for failure to appear or a mere allegation that they had failed to appear?
If you simply change the to A, then I think a prosecutor satisfying a judge that based on their record, the person had failed to appear, even if not convicted, that the prohibition would kick in. That's my initial thought.
Okay. Continue on.
Now, what I understood Megan to say was that the prosecutors, and you can understand the rationale, felt that if someone is before the court charged with a Class E crime of failure to appear, the specific crime of failure to appear, then the court should be able to set bail. So if you're talking about that specific instance, then given the way B1 is drafted, you would write 4 as going from the top, charged with a Class E crime. That is a failure to appear under Title 15, Section 1091, 1A. And then in that instance, the court is allowed to set bail on a currently charged failure to appear that is a Class E crime. And that is my understanding of Megan's proposal, as opposed to a formulation that would say, if you have a failure to appear in your past, the court can always thereafter set cash bail on future Class E charges.
Representative Babbage, I'll come to you in a second. Megan, do you agree with Mr. Pelletier?
Yes, that is what I was trying to say. So thank you, John, for explaining it. The desire is not to penalize people if they failed to appear in the past. The desire is, from my understanding of the prosecutor's desire was, if I am currently charging you with failure to appear, you failed to appear, so I want to impose cash bail on you because I think that will make you appear in the future. But I am not speaking to any of the prior failures to appear.
Okay. Representative Babbage, question?
Yeah, am I on? Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm not sure about the currently charging, understanding that, but I was wondering if on the Class E crime thing, if we just abandon that and said, if the defendant is facing charges for failure to appear for court as provided in Title 15, 1091, 1A. I mean, is that what it is? Is if the defendant is facing charges for failure to appear?
Yeah, yeah, that is. I was, and I don't know if this is a drafting thing for Peggy, but I was trying to keep it consistent with 1 through 3 and the way 1 through 3 is written, which is that is a violation of, because they're charged with a Class E crime above in the heading paragraph. So if you are charged, except that a financial condition may be imposed for a defendant charged with a Class E crime that is a violation of 15 MRS section 1091 1A, I think. I can make sure that that's right. Yes, 1A.
Okay, and perhaps that is a violation of 15 1091 1A. And then if you wanted to be explanatory, you could say, and is currently facing charges for failure to appear, or i.e. currently facing charges. But okay, I'm fine with that, but I think we have an understanding of what we're trying to accomplish here now.
Representative Harnett.
I'll take one last shot. I think everyone agrees with what we're trying to accomplish. And I'm wondering if subsection 4 were to read, if the defendant is charged with the Class E crime of failure to appear, period. So that you're exempting that charge from the not having a cash bail set.
Ms. Sway, do you think that captures what we're trying to do?
Yes, yes. I don't think that it is consistent with the wording, but I'm sure Peggy can figure that out. And
Of course you can.
I'm being a type A lawyer and sticking on details that are not important. Yes, Representative Harnett, that is consistent with what I am trying to do. Thank you.
Let me turn to Peggy then. Yes, I see. Tom, go ahead. I'm sorry, Representative, go ahead.
No, that was just my hand.
Go. All right, Peggy.
Right.
Do you think-
And yes, I think as Megan said, it makes sense since you have 1, 2, and 3 talking about each one of those describes the violation that the person is charged with, that bail is being set for. So it would make sense for 4 to read, that is a violation of, you don't need to say Title 15 because you're in Title 15. So that is a violation of Section 1091, subsection 1. You don't have to cite to paragraph A because paragraph A is a Class E crime. You've already said at the beginning of that paragraph, we're only talking about Class E crimes.
Okay. This is going to have to come back to us again. I want to go back to the family or community ties piece again to make sure we're all on the same page there. Those are the only two areas I think that were discussed. I want to go back to Sheriff Morton in just a minute to make sure we at least address what he was concerned about. But go back to page 6. If we strike 2 and renumber them all, and then if we said in 5, defendant's length of residence in the community and the defendant's ties to the community or the state, would that be? I'm trying to get a consensus of the committee. I don't see anybody jumping up and down. Ms. Sway, go ahead. And
Sorry,
Senator Keim, I'll come to you in just a second.
Sorry, I was muted. I was hitting the mute button several times. I didn't have anything to say. That's fine with me.
Okay. Senator Keim?
I have a question. This is on a separate topic than what you're discussing right now.
Could you hold for just a second then? Let's go back to the page 6 again. Anybody have any comments about that? Are you okay Is the committee okay? Those who wish to vote for some version of this, are you okay if we rearrange number 5? Thank you. Senator Keim, go ahead.
I'm concerned with the addition of number 13, reading it. If you say whether the defendant has a specific healthcare need that is being met outside of custody. Seems like a wide enough loophole that pretty much anyone can have a healthcare need that's being met outside of custody.
Yes, I think my answer to that is that these are things that are to be taken into consideration, and no one factor, in my understanding, makes or breaks what bail is set. And so I think the specific healthcare, we tried to say specific as so that the defendant would have to articulate to the bail commissioner or to the judge what kind of healthcare need it is, instead of just my doctor's on the outside, not on the inside. That's not specific, but you know, I am receiving Suboxone treatment on the outside. That, you know, that sort of thing would be a specific healthcare need, and it doesn't mean that the judge or bail commissioner has to say, well, because you're doing that, I will not impose certain bail. It's just a factor they have to take into account. I can try to think about ways to narrow it if that would make you more comfortable. And it'll take me a second to think about it, but I'm happy to try to narrow it if you think that it's too vague.
I think it's really broad, but I personally will be voting against this bill. So I wouldn't try to wordsmith it on my behalf, but I thought I would bring that up because I think it's important. If this does pass, that is very broad.
Other questions about the bill? We're going to have this back for a language review, so I would propose, if somebody wants to make a motion to amend the proposed amendment. Oh, I promised Sheriff Morton I'd come back to him. Sheriff Morton, you had some specific concerns. Would you, have we touched on any of them today? I can't remember what they were now, frankly.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate the opportunity. I think you've touched on several of those, and I appreciate the hard work that's going into this. Again, to me, my concern is just making sure that this is shared properly or educated to our bail commissioners. I'm a little bit concerned, but perhaps it could be more answered by our local law enforcement, the municipalities. During our COVID experience here, some of the concerns from our local police departments, particularly where it's more urban, is where they've gone out and tried to repeatedly provide warnings or summonses or bail with just PR bails at the police departments, that they're continuing to see the same individuals commit some of those crimes. And so we're seeing some of those arrests brought into the facilities. That's probably more for the municipalities as opposed to probably the states or the county. I see Jared Mills is on. I'm not sure if he can speak to that, but I do appreciate you addressing the county's concerns. Thank you.
Chief Mills, you want to comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everybody, for all the work on this. It is, I mean, obviously I represent the Maine Chiefs of Police. I'm the Chief of Police in Augusta, and that is one of our concerns. I commend Megan on your work on this, and it is much different than it was when we first talked. I feel better, because there's a lot of nuances that we deal with on the day-to-day, as Sheriff Morton said, especially in the urban areas, that we a lot of times deal with the same people continuously. And sometimes it's an arrest and a incarceration, temporary incarceration that needs to solve that problem, because we keep going back. Disorderly conducts are very common. That's a Class E. We give the warning by law, and then we come back to address the issue. And with this, what I do like about it, before the original draft, that we at least have that ability to set conditions. So it's not the cash part of it, as I interpret the draft now. So, and it is, I likened it to the executive orders that we go back with. There's about, I believe in our policy, 5 chances that we give for a warning and education before we take an enforcement action on that. And that was the way we worked it out with our prosecutor and that type of thing. So I understand the essence in law enforcement. We're all behind these changes for sure, but we don't want, certain things that we deal with on a regular basis to slip through the cracks. One of the examples I'll give you that was my biggest concern originally is when you fail to give your correct name and date of birth on a traffic stop, which is a Class E crime. If you don't do that, and we can't, and there's no ramifications, there's no arrest, in essence, that person could drive away and you never know who they are. With this, the way I understand it, Megan, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, with that condition set and not the cash part of it, at least we can identify these folks in the future. So there is some really good things to this, but from the day-to-day in the busier urban areas, those are some of the issues that we deal with the repeat calls for service. So I hopefully that answers that, and I would entertain any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Senator Bellows, did you have your hand up? Okay. I still am concerned about the bail commissioner piece. If bail commissioners don't get paid, bail commissioners won't be bail commissioners anymore. And that would absolutely be defeating of the purpose of this. So now that the bail commissioners cannot, the fact that the person doesn't have the fee for the bail commissioner, which I would suggest in the real world, that's going to be most people. Most people coming in are now going to say they don't have the fee. And that's fine if that's what we want to do. But if bail commissioners don't get paid by somebody, they will not be bail commissioners. And if you don't have bail commissioners, you're going to have people sitting in jail longer than you want. Ms. Sway, you want to chime in? Go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to repeat that it's already the law. Bail commissioners already are not supposed to deny someone bail because they can't pay. And we added this in after talks with law enforcement about concerns with bail commissioners understanding that. And so we were just trying to clarify, but we are not in any way trying to change the law. It's our understanding this is already the law. And yes, bail commissioner fees are an issue that we hope the legislature takes up. I think it's something, because of the cost, that the legislature has been reluctant to take up. It's certainly an issue, but for us, this doesn't change current law, and we feel like we have to come back next session to really dig into bail commissioners.
I hear you. Question I guess I do have for Peggy is, are we going to have to run this by the fiscal folks for a fiscal note because of that issue?
We'll have to run it by the fiscal folks no matter what. I think your concern is there going to be some kind of a loss or some kind of appropriation needed? And I don't know, they'll have to analyze that. I'm not sure how that would fall into place. I mean, why that would be required. Now, what in this bill would require that? I realize the question is, are we asking bail commissioners, does this amendment ask bail commissioners to set bail and allows them not to be paid for setting that bail? And I'm not sure that this does anything different than the current law, but I'm trying to find that provision in the law that already requires them to set bail no matter what.
And the other issue, and I know Representative Harnett has, the other, a concurrent issue with that is, I want to make sure this doesn't end up being a mandate on the counties as far as the funding of that fund. I know the fund's there now, and I do understand, Ms. Sway, that this is current law. Representative Harnett.
Very quickly, thank you. I don't understand why given that this is the law, why it would need a fiscal note, and why it would be, one, it has may, it's not a mandate, but the most important thing is we're not touching that piece of the law. That is the law. So to the extent it's a problem that already exists.
Thank you. Others who wish to comment before we go? Mr. Pelletier.
Thank you. I'm just trying to save Peggy some work. The current law is in the bail code, section 15, title 15, section 1024-8. If you got the new Vertigo, it's on 328. And what that says is that the court can promulgate a rule to deal with defendants who can't afford the bail commissioner fee. And then in the current criminal rules, in Rule 46B2, the court prohibits a bail commissioner from refusing to release someone on PR or unsecured bond, even if they can't pay the fee, and prohibits, requires that they set the bail and do the release, even if the person can't pay the fee. So there's no current statute, but the current law is that the bail commissioners are under law, under that court rule, not allowed to refuse to set bail unless they get paid.
Thank you. Senator Bellows.
I was just going to concur with Representative Harnett, and also it seems that the end of the section that Ms. Way wrote that says the bail commissioner fee is not a financial condition of release is also an additional sort of reinforcement of the argument that this is existing law and not designed to do something radical or new, and that if people do have the ability to pay the commissioner fee, that's going to happen.
Thank you. Other comments? Did you hear that? I'm sorry. Peggy, you want to call Soupy, Representative Babbage, Talbot Ross, and Senator Bellows, you want to join us? So what I'm going to ask for is a motion to amend the amendment in two areas. One, to clarify page 1, section 2, and we'll have it back again to look at it, so we can reconsider if we have to. And also, on page 6, the clarification under sub 5, if sub 2 comes out. So,
And can I just point out that the language that you would be correcting on page 1 is repeated on page 5 under
Yes.
paragraph B1? So
For
that would be
judges,
the
yep.
same. Those would
Right.
match.
You'll have to change that in 2 places. Are there questions of the committee? I'm looking for somebody to make a motion. Representative Bailey moves, seconded by Representative Harnett. Further discussion? All in favor? I would ask our committee clerk to call the roll, please.
Representative Cardone.
Yes.
Representative Cardone votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Curtis. Representative Curtis is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckert. Representative Galgay-Reckert is absent. Senator Bellows.
Yes.
Senator Bellows votes yes. Senator Carpenter.
Yes.
Senator Carpenter votes yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Talbot Ross.
Yes.
Representative Talbot Ross votes yes. Representative DeVoe. Representative DeVoe is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 8 members voting yes.
8 members voting in the affirmative and no members in the negative. The motion to amend does prevail. We'll ask Peggy to redraft that and bring it back to us. The folks who are on the committee who are remote, I would remind you again, you have 24 hours to contact the your presiding officer, either the speaker or the president. Thank you. Next, we're going to move. I'm sorry. Good point. Hold on. Don't anybody leave. Representative Bailey makes a valid point. We now should vote on the bill. Again, we're not locking anybody in. People can always, we're going to have this back for language review to make sure we're all on the same page. And now I would look for a motion to amend the bill, to pass, I'm sorry. Motion on the bill. Representative Cardone. Ought to pass as
Ought to
amended.
pass as amended.
Thank you. Seconded by Representative Harnett. Further discussion? Yes. Representative
you.
Babbage, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to commend the sponsor of the bill for this. I think this is a significant improvement. I do want to address Senator Keim's comment on page 7, section C, number 13. I'm just wondering if it says whether the defendant has a specific health care need, including a mental health care need, that is being met or would be better met outside of custody. I just wanted to discuss this with you briefly because I wondered if that was specific enough. Would it be better to say for which custody would be of negative I mean, I don't see any, I agree with Senator Keim that I don't see anybody with a health care need or a mental health care need that would be more convenienced if they were outside of custody. So, and we did actually eliminate the defendant's family ties in the state, not because it wasn't legitimate, but because we said the commissioner shall consider these items. And so I think this is something that should be looked at, but if the standard is merely is being met or would be better met I agree that that wording is very permissive. And I would think that what the bail commissioner or anyone making this decision, judicial officer, would want to be looking at is, would a person's healthcare need or mental health care need not be met sufficiently due to custody? That is a sufficiency standard or whatever, seems to me to be more of a mandatory consideration than merely, I think you understand my meaning. I'm just putting that out there for the thoughts of the committee.
I understand your position, Representative Babbage. I would say that this is just one of 14 factors, now 13 factors to be considered by a bail commissioner, number one. Number two, and I'll look to Senator Keim, if your purpose, Representative Babbage, is to perhaps modify 13, I believe Senator Keim indicated that she was not going to be voting for the bill regardless of that section.
And that's why I prefaced my remarks that I am very supportive of what the sponsor is trying to achieve here. I'm merely saying, when you say they merely have to consider this, we already eliminated a defendant's family. Certainly, defendant's family is part of the consideration, but we eliminated something because it was a mandatory consideration. And here, I'm wondering if the mandatory consideration of just is, would they be better off if they were outside of custody? I think that's a pretty loose standard.
I see. Representative Harnett and then Representative Cardone.
Thank you. And I don't want to belabor this point, but one, this is not even an exhaustive list. The bail commissioner and the courts can consider other factors. No one single factor is determinant here. So I think if we get focused on the minutia of the language on each individual section, we're missing the point that these are considerations. All of these are considerations for the bail commissioner. No one is greater than the other. If you meet just one, it doesn't mean, it doesn't dictate a particular outcome. I hope that makes sense.
Representative Cardone.
I'm concerned that if we change the language to the alternative that the representative has presented, that it may get tagged with a fiscal note, because the jails are charged with meeting the needs of criminal defendants, and I think with persons in custody, and I think that the way that it's worded is designed to keep those persons out of custody if they've got the appropriate care out of custody. I'm concerned that by shifting them into custody, that we're going to put more of a financial burden on the jails to meet that need. So I would be opposed to an amendment of the sort that Representative Babbage has suggested.
So where we are, I'll come back to you in just a minute, Representative Babbage. Where we would be, we have voted to pass the bill as amended. I'm sure you haven't voted, that's pending. So.
Mr. Chairman, may I just, thank you. I appreciate the comments. I do think the minutia of language is our job. And I was wondering if we are actually changing the threshold by being more specific with the language. But as I say, I am very appreciative of what is being accomplished here. And this does not represent something that concerns me to the point of it being close to voting against the bill. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Babbage. Other questions or comments from committee members? If not, we'll proceed to the vote.
Representative Cardone.
Yes.
Representative Cardone votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Curtis. Representative Curtis is absent. Representative Reckitt. Representative Reckitt is absent. Senator Bellows.
Yes.
Senator Bellows votes yes. Senator Carpenter.
Yes.
Senator Carpenter votes yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Talbot Ross.
Yes.
Representative Talbot Ross votes yes. Representative DeVoe. Representative DeVoe is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 8 members voting yes.
Thank you. 8 members having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. The bill ought to pass as amended. Peggy will bring it back for review. Make sure we've done what we wanted to do. We're going to move now to LD 302, an act to amend the laws governing the post-conviction review in order to facilitate the fair hearing of all evidence in each case involving a claim of innocence. We'll wait for our members to return to their locations.
Can I be heard right now? I would like to ask a question at some point.
Representative Babbage, go for it.
This is just an informational question regarding our an item on the agenda today, but it's a legal one. And since I'm not a lawyer, I'm trying to understand the process of a post-conviction review. And my question is it more like certiorari, where there's a great deal of homework done and a decision is announced on an application for post-conviction review? Is it real time, like in an arraignment? It's a brief yes or no, and then there's a more detailed analysis in court at a later time? Or does a post-conviction review actually become a mini trial in itself if it's granted? I'm trying to explanation on that.
I'll let Mr. Maycomber from Attorney General's office answer. My experience, which is going back a few years since I've done one, is probably the latter. It's a mini trial to see if you've met the criteria. Mr. Maycomber, you want to weigh in on that?
Yes, thank you. Typically, the process, the way it works is a petitioner, an inmate files a petition. It's a pro se petition. They only have to allege like a bare bones thing, something that gets them through the door. Generally, it's ineffective assistance of counsel. At that point, the petition gets screened by, used to be just one Superior Court justice. Now it's two. There's a Northern Maine Superior Court justice and a second Southern Maine Superior Court justice, just to make sure that they have alleged all they need to do to get through the door. Then they appoint counsel. Counsel typically gets the trial counsel's files. Then they file an amended petition. Can incorporate everything that the inmate said in their original petition, and can raise all kinds of new grounds.
Two questions, if I may. What you've described so far, is that in court or is that in the mail and homework? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I would call that homework, I guess. So then what happens after the amended petition is filed, then there's a conference with the assigned justice to decide, is an evidentiary hearing required? And typically there are, because if it's ineffective assistance to counsel, the witnesses generally are going to be the inmate and the original trial counsel, and whatever other witnesses are relevant to the grounds alleged. And then there's a hearing in front of the judge. Typically, both parties will then submit memoranda regarding the facts and the law, and then the judge makes a decision. Has the petitioner made out a claim under the statute or not? And if it's granted, then depending on what the allegations are, it's either a new trial or a new sentencing proceeding. If it's denied, then the petitioner has the right to appeal to the Maine Supreme Court, although it's a discretionary appeal as opposed to a mandatory direct appeal, like after an original conviction at trial.
Thank you for that.
You all set, Representative? Go ahead.
Does anybody, is anybody refused from that initial application of getting through the door, as you put it?
The standards, the screening justice basically has to have their thumb on the scale to let it go to the next phase. If it's untimely or something like that, in the past, I've seen them toss it as being untimely. or if they haven't alleged any grounds under the statute. What's been going on recently is the screening justice doesn't do that. They'll let the assigned justice hear motion practice one way or the other. It could be dismissed as untimely, but it won't be the screening justice that's doing that.
Well, may I ask, is the screening justice decision as to whether to go forward based on process or the substance of the claim?
It's not based on substance of the claim. It's totally based on process. Have they alleged, did they file in a timely fashion? If not, then why not? Have they alleged any grounds that fit within the jurisdictional prerequisites of the statute? And really, all they have to write is ineffective assistance of counsel, and that's all they need to do.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
All right, now we're going to turn to LD 302, which is in your packet. There's an amendment You're on, Peggy.
Great, thank you. So you talked about this last week, and I've tried to highlight the changes from last week so you don't have to go through the whole thing. But first of all, we changed the title of the bill. Instead of talking about a claim of innocence, we're focusing on newly discovered evidence. And then kind of structurally in section 1, 2128B subsection 1, we're still keeping that cross-reference to the new subsection 1A, but we are deleting paragraph C because paragraph C has only been used for newly discovered evidence, and subsection 1 says there's a 1-year limitation from the time you have discovered that information, or you should have discovered it using due diligence. So paragraph C is gone and it's being replaced section 2 at the bottom of that page. That language is the same as what you talked about last week, except that new sentence there. You talked about there being some need for the petitioner to provide some information about what that claim is. And so the language you kind of talked about last time was the court may require the petitioner to provide additional information about the nature of the newly discovered evidence. So I just wanted to, I also sent you scanned copies of the criminal rules. And right now, and granted, if you pass this, some of the rules will have to be changed to meet what's you're changing in the statute. But right now, for the petition, and it's in Rule 67, form and contents of the petition. This is for post-conviction review, and I'm looking at, if you're sitting in the chamber, it's on blue paper and it's page 4. We're looking at subsection E. If I emailed it out to you, it's not on blue paper, but it's still on page 4. Prerequisites to an adjudication on the merits, reasons for relief, and facts and support thereof. This is the petition. It has to include, it shall briefly state each ground for relief and the essential facts in support of each ground. Now, Mr. Maycomber may be able to tell you what exactly that screening justice looks at. I'm assuming it's the petition. So the petition, this says a petition has to have the ground for relief and the essential facts in support of each ground. I'm not sure how strict that screening justice is in looking at what are the essential facts. But that's already current process memorialized in the rules. So I think your last sentence that you're talking about goes to that same question about what are those essential facts? What information does the screening justice need to decide whether or not this petition should go forward?
The proposed change would make it clear to the justice, that they could ask for further illumination of the facts. I mean, the rule says that there has to be some, just close it up, must be a statement of the essential facts, but if there's not enough there, the judge could ask for more. Peggy, did you deal with the issue that Ms. Finn raised on behalf of the courts? Or is that something we needed to?
I have not dealt with that. She was able to pull that information together yesterday, and that's the first time that I think we all looked at that issue. I did address an additional issue that Representative Evangelos had raised earlier in the week, and we can talk about that when we get to it.
Okay, let's
But
go
I
ahead
have
and
not,
deal with that.
So, oh, you want to deal with that additional issue?
Yeah, go ahead,
So,
please.
Representative Evangelos was concerned about people who had filed a petition and had that petition dismissed as untimely in the past, or the fact that, or on the basis that newly discovered evidence really should have been discovered if under due diligence prior to that time. And he wanted to make sure that this was kind of like a clean start, that it was a rejected petition in the past would not be held against somebody for filing a new petition. So there is some new language, and that language is the fact that a petition initiated pursuant to subsection 1, former paragraph C, because it's no longer there, was dismissed as untimely filed or for the failure to exercise due diligence does not preclude the initiation of a petition for review under this subsection based on the same or different newly discovered evidence. So then that kind of also plays into the question that the judicial branch raised, which is how often can somebody file a petition?
Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, when I got thinking about this and I wanted to address some of the concerns of the committee members, Representative Babbage had raised some concerns. So we don't want to get the courts bogged down on frivolous matters. On the other hand, if you are in prison and you brought a motion forward or an appeal forward for post-conviction, but it was rejected on the basis of untimeliness or failure to abide by due diligence under the old standard, your petition never got reviewed on the basis of its merits. So I don't want to preclude an incarcerated individual to get their hearing on those merits. On the other hand, if those merits were heard fairly in a previous court, then I'm sure the judge who hears a new petition will know that and say this matter was already ruled on. So I don't want a criminal defendant who is incarcerated to be precluded from pursuing his claim of innocence if he was prevented from entering that claim because of procedural grounds and not on the merits. Is that clear?
So you would have incarcerated persons be able to bring a post-conviction review petition retrospectively without limit, so long as their claim had never been adjudicated on the merits.
That's correct. And I think that's only fair. I think I want to, something that Mr. Carroll brought to our attention. I'd like to read it to you. It's Rule 30B from Massachusetts in their criminal code. The fundamental principle of this rule is that where it appears that justice may not have been done, the valuable finality of judicial proceedings must yield to our system's reluctance to countenance significant individual injustices. This is true even if there was no constitutional error at trial. So if you never were allowed to bring the merits of a new witness or new evidence forward because you didn't meet the due diligence or time limitation standards, you never did get a hearing on that evidence. you lost because of procedural reasons. So that new evidence is still out there.
Mr. Maycomber, your comments, your thoughts?
The problem that I see with that is if you're going to be basically make this retroactive, is that in many instances where these have already been dismissed for, as Representative Evangelos calls them, procedural reasons, the case has finality, and based on that, in many instances, the evidence has been disposed of that the prosecution used in the case. If there was no avenue for the person to appeal anymore, then there's no reason to hold on to the evidence anymore. So if someone basically is allowed to raise new grounds after the evidence has been disposed of, then where's the justice in that?
Other comments or thoughts?
Well, can I just finish one other thing too, is that the broader you make this, then the fiscal note on this is going to get pretty large, both from the prosecution end, court-appointed counsel, and the courts.
Senator Bellows. Senator Bellows?
Mr. Maycomber, I have two questions. The first is, I mean, I think one of the real challenges is that as technology evolves, as just our understanding of criminal investigations evolves, the Innocence Project has done a lot of work nationwide around wrongful conviction and re-examining old cases and finding that in many cases, again, around the country, people have been unjustly incarcerated. So what I hear you saying is, I guess if you could clarify what you were just trying to say. I thought I heard you say that once someone has exhausted their appeals, there should be no reason to hang on to old evidence and that it should be permanently closed. Is that what you were trying to say?
I think what you're saying was that's the way it happens now, is once there's no further avenue for appeal or new trial or whatever, that I'm guessing they don't hold on to evidence beyond that. Am I right, Mr. Maycomber?
Yes.
I find that somewhat concerning, just given some of the trends that we're seeing in other states. And also, you know, there's so much emphasis right now looking at structural racism and some of the practices of the past. But I have a follow-up question, and that is, Mr. Carroll of the Sixth Amendment Center shared that there are 34 states that have no absolute time limits to introduce new non-DNA evidence post-conviction without having to tie the new evidence to a constitutional claim. Are you familiar with what other states are doing? And when you talk about the cost of doing so, what has been the experience of other states who've eliminated their timelines in the interest of justice of people who may have been wrongfully incarcerated?
As we discussed last week, neither Mr. McKee nor I were familiar with what other states were doing with regard to their statutes and limitations.
Other comments or questions about this point? Oh, Representative Harnett? Saw your hand up. Who? Oh, Ms. Sway?
Yes, I just wanted to point the committee to Title 15, Section 2138, and I believe in there, that's a DNA statute, and it says, subsection 14, preservation of biological evidence. Effective October 15, 2001, the investigating law enforcement agency shall preserve any biological evidence identified during the investigation of a crime or crimes for which any person may file a post-judgment of conviction motion for DNA analysis under this section. The evidence must be preserved for the period of time that any person is incarcerated in connection with that case.
I think is Mr. Maycomber's point, is that right now there are time limits. If we do away with the time limits, then that's going to change that significantly. Representative Evangelos, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. So, given that an incarcerated person has exhausted all of their appeals, doesn't preclude the fact that while they're sitting in prison for 20 years, a new witness or new evidence could again emerge. So we already have this problem. And I find it hard to believe that, the authorities aren't storing evidence. We have people all the time that have exhausted all of their appeals all over the country. And then a new witness comes forward and recants. I mean, down south, this stuff's going on all the time with African-American defendants who were railroaded falsely into prison. They exhausted every appeal available to them. They're 30 years into their sentence when somebody comes forward and recants or a new witness surfaces. So the fact that someone has exhausted all of their appeals is irrelevant to the fact that somebody's going to now come forward and recant or new evidence. So I don't really think that that should preclude an incarcerated individual or defendant's right to then launch an appeal. What are we supposed to say to them? Sorry, we threw all the records away. You're not going to get an appeal regardless of the credibility of this new evidence. So I guess I don't understand. We can't not adjudicate justice because we claim we don't have resources. It's not, that's not a credible explanation.
Anybody else want to comment, weigh in? Oh, Representative Babbage? Hmm? I didn't mute him.
Chris, you're muted.
Yeah, thank you. It was
There we
very
go.
eloquent what you missed. What I wanted to mention is that I know there's a desire for finality, but I am really unsympathetic to that if in fact there is really relevant evidence that could put it in a new direction. I guess what I'm concerned about this process, I am very concerned that everything would have to be re-adjudicated. I mean, I think it could open floodgates procedurally. I do think that one of our tasks is efficiency of justice as well, in that the system doesn't get abused. So I think getting access to a post-conviction review is not the same as becoming exonerated. But I really have to say, this bill has concerned me as far as consequence, because I am not knowledgeable enough about the process to know what's fair when evidence is no longer able to be admitted in court because of the unavailability of witnesses or things of that sort. But I think the design here that Representative Evangelos has gone for, to expand access to post-conviction review, is laudable. I understand that if we get rid of the untimely filed, those that have been rejected because of an untimely filing, that it does become retroactive. I worry, I don't know the numbers of that. Justice has got to be our bottom line, however. I do wonder if maybe a post-conviction review commission might be that maybe there should be a layer where somebody can get into the weeds and bring forward those that are most justified in receiving new time in court. I'm thinking aloud and I'm starting to ramble, so I'm going to quit there, but I wanted to share those comments.
Um, I want to be able to limit, I'm sensitive to the courts, the burden of the courts, but that's hard to balance against somebody being unjustly incarcerated. So I'm sort of torn, but I do want to call your attention to a story in today's Kennebec Journal, which has nothing directly to do with this bill, except that fairly recently they were able to solve a 1968 homicide, I believe in Oakland, California, and they traced the DNA. The believed perpetrator is now deceased, but they were able to, the woman was buried in a Jane Doe grave in Oakland, California. She's from Augusta, Maine. And they have now identified not only the perpetrator, who is deceased, but the victim. She was discovered by 3 boys in a field in California in 1968. Her last name was Piteau, P-I-T-E-A-U. I just read the story this morning at breakfast, literally. But through DNA analysis, they were able to now determine that she was a woman from Augusta, Maine. They exhumed the remains and buried them in Augusta this spring sometime, attended by the investigators from the police department in California, which is really pretty cool. And we're able to bring closure. She did still have living siblings in Maine. Go read the article. And again, back to Ms. Sway's, would you read that section of statute again, Megan, in terms of preservation of biological evidence?
Yes, it says, so it's Title 15, Section 2138, Paragraph 14. Effective October 15, 2001, the investigating law enforcement agency shall preserve any biological evidence identified during the investigation of a crime or crimes for which any person may file a post-judgment of conviction motion. The evidence must be preserved for the period of time that any person is incarcerated in connection with that case.
So the preservation period is longer than the time within which the person could file their post-conviction review. It's the length of time of incarceration. That's interesting.
Can I just jump in on
Mr. Maycomber, go ahead.
that? As Ms. Sway says, that's specific to the post-conviction DNA statute. And we do retain physical evidence upon which DNA testing can be conducted while the person's incarcerated. But that doesn't help us with witnesses and things like that. So I guess what my concern is, I didn't have any problem after last week. I do think that it's going to add cases and things like that, but basically making this retroactive, what this is opening it up to people who have already filed a post-conviction and a judge has basically said, you waited too long or you sat on the evidence and didn't do anything. It's not like they don't have the opportunity to bring these claims now. I'm dealing just this morning before this hearing, I was on a conference call dealing with a 1973 murder for which the person was convicted in 1980. So it's not like they don't have the opportunity already to bring these claims. It's just a question of how big do you want the
and just for the edification of people who aren't here, we were given a memo from the courts today that indicated their concern about the number of filings potentially, and the PCR filings. Calendar year 2017, there were 102, 18, there were 117, 19, there were 128. As of July the 8th this year, there had been 61 in this calendar year. Senator Bellows, I think, was first, and then Senator Keim.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around, I mean, the bill is, the amendment I guess the question is, Mr. Maycomber, are you speaking to the amendment that was presented by Walt McKee, or are you speaking to the original bill? Because the amendment, yep, go ahead.
Jump in? Thank you. I'm talking about when we finished last week, this last sentence about even claims that have already been disposed of in terms of being dismissed as untimely or lack of due diligence. That wasn't there. So the one that I have eliminates subsection C on subsection 1 and adds 1A. And then it had the sentence that Senator Carpenter was talking about basically what we were calling last week the offer of proof. And then what Peggy sent last night that I saw for the first time was this new sentence about even petitions that have already been disposed of as untimely or lack of due diligence. And I think that just creates an enormous opportunity for people to abuse the process, as Senator Carpenter says.
Let me just interrupt the discussion for just 1 second. Ms. Finn, you're on the, Ms. Finn from the court. Would the court be able to tell us, for example, in calendar year 19, of the 120, well, maybe we should go further back. Calendar year 19s might still be, some of them might still be pending. But would you be able to tell us how many of those filings, for example, in calendar year 18, 117 filings, were not considered because they were untimely filed? In other words, is the untimely filing an issue? Or is that a rarity? Senator Bellows, you wanted to?
I wanted to follow up exactly on that. If we were to narrow that second sentence to just the issue of untimely filing, because I would have a concern if someone's petition had been thrown out under the existing statute, which has a filing deadline of 1 year. So I'm curious about whether that might be a way to make sure that we weren't excluding petitions based on prior inability to meet the statutory deadline, which I have significant concerns about that deadline, especially if 34 other states don't have one.
Senator Keim, you've been patient. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I was in favor of this bill, but I'm wondering if Mr. Maycomber can answer. So my concern is if you're in prison, you know your own case pretty well, and you're thinking, most of the people that could testify against me now cannot, or for whatever reason you recognize that you have the ability to bring sort of a frivolous claim up under this new law. How many of those might we be looking at? Is that something you can answer, Mr. Maycomber? I'm concerned. I mean, obviously we want justice, but there's limited resources. I mean, we live in a finite world, and you can't just say everyone gets everything because it doesn't happen that way. And so we need to make sure that our system continues to serve the people that it needs to serve, and that we're not flooding it, that we're not being irresponsible in how we consider that people might try to take advantage of a situation. I mean, that's reality. So I am concerned that we talk about reality and making sure that we're moving forward with something that actually works, and it doesn't just give an unfair advantage to someone with an old case that they happen to know, they're at an advantage, that we've just placed them at an advantage with this. I just wonder if you have comments on that, Mr. Maycomber.
Yeah, thanks. I don't have specific numbers. I know from my own experience that has happened in the past before there was a statute of limitations deadline. So it's a legitimate concern about people filing these things for strategic advantage. And it's also my experience that most people do timely file. And we do get to the merits of the post-convictions. And as I said last week, most of them are denied. I'd say like maybe one every 5 years that I'm aware of gets granted. So yes, there are people that game the system. And yes, there are people that file untimely, but most people file in a timely fashion, and their cases get addressed, in my experience.
Representative Evangelos, and then I have two members of the participant class, for lack of a better term. I'll get to them. Representative Evangelos, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first of all, if most of the petitions have had rulings on their merits, the last sentence that we've added is not going to add any burden to the courts whatsoever. All we're saying is on those, Mr. McCumber has just admitted that this is a rare circumstance where the merits weren't heard, and all we're doing is allowing someone an opportunity in the instance where the evidence didn't get a hearing because of a due diligence or untimeliness filing, that they be allowed to pursue to get that evidence. And again, let's look at Massachusetts is already doing this, where it appears that justice hasn't been done. The finality of a judicial proceeding must yield to our system's reluctance to countenance significant individual injustices. We've got to have that door open. It's happening all over the country. I've talked to the Innocence Project. To clarify the information Mr. Carroll sent, he said 34 states are already doing this in regards to the time limitations. They're not all doing it through legislation. Some of it was done through court ruling, but there are at least, I'm not sure of the exact number, but there are a great number of states that have already adopted these standards. Again, if what Mr. McCumber just said is true, I don't see that great a burden we're adding to the court system. He just said the vast majority of the cases were heard on their merits. This isn't going to allow that person to bring that claim forward. Those merits were already adjudicated. But let's think about this for a second. You're sitting in prison, you're innocent, and we're not going to allow you to bring evidence forward. I mean, think about that for a second. That is third world justice. And, we've got to get on board with these reforms in this state. And this is just a very minor tweak to allow somebody to come forth. And again, the judge is going to, the presiding judge who gets this paperwork, he's going to have the first crack at this to say whether, this is substantive enough to proceed. But I don't think it's fair that we allow somebody to sit in prison for the rest of their life when there is a witness or evidence out there that could clear them, and we're going to say, sorry, we're not going to allow you to bring that forward. We've got to change that. And that's all this paragraph does. Anyone who lost on the merits of their case isn't going to be allowed to use this paragraph. So I don't think we've got a big deal here.
Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to, first of all, thank Representative Evangelos for bringing this forward and continuing to try to make it a better statute. What confuses me is everybody seems to recognize that the current statute precludes some wrongfully incarcerated individuals, people, human beings, from getting justice. How can we as
everybody agrees with that. Go ahead.
How can we as a society say, going forward, we're going to give that right to wrongfully incarcerated people, but those who operated under this older statute, which we recognize as a problem, that's too bad. You're out of luck. I would never be able to condone that type of decision.
Thank you. There were, again, I'm going back to, I'm not sure who, somebody else. Is there anybody else? Ms. Sway, were you one of the participant class? Okay, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to share what the Innocence Project shared with me, which is that what they've seen in other states when this happens. And I think their clarification was that this removes the time limit only for newly discovered evidence, correct? It's not that all post-conviction reviews are unlimited time, I believe. And if that's the case, what they saw in other states when they imposed only newly based evidence rules, where they eliminated any limit on the ability to file, and it was just based on discovery of new evidence. In Utah, since 2008, 15 people in Utah have used this statute based on newly discovered evidence. Of those, 5 were either found innocent or stipulated with the prosecution that they were innocent, so they came to an agreement, which I understand happens not infrequently in post-conviction review, where you make a deal with the prosecutor that way. Only 3 of the 15 filed more than one post-conviction review based on discovery of new evidence. And of those 3, they only filed twice. There were no more than 2 filings. And so I can try to forward you the information that they sent me last night or early this morning at like 1 in the morning, but that was their experience, was that when it's based on newly discovered evidence, that it limits the pool of people for whom this remedy is even applicable. So it's not everybody who has post-conviction review or who is in prison for whom you're eligible. It's if you have new evidence. And for them, that has been a limiting factor in other states. So they asked me to share that with you, and I do.
May I ask a question?
Thank you.
Megan?
Representative Babbage.
Thank you. Do I need to unmute? Can you hear me?
No, we can hear you.
Hold on. All right, let me get up here. I should be okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep.
Oh, okay.
You were before.
Megan, just 2 questions, please. Regarding the Utah example that you had, those cases that were able to be brought forward whenever this became implemented was retroactive in their ability to request post-conviction review?
That I don't know, and unfortunately, I am not an expert in this field, so I can't.
And secondly, the other question I had was, those 3 cases that came forward twice, were they allowed to request post-conviction review on the same new evidence, or was that different new evidence? Do you know?
It had to be, that's a good question. I can look at what the statute says about, I think it has to be distinguishable in some way, but I will look at what the Utah statute says and I'll let you know shortly.
Thank you.
Are there comments? Questions? Let's look at the language. The new language. Not the first section, but the 2128B sub 1A. So the new language would say, if the factual predicate of the claim is based upon newly discovered evidence, and the claim may be filed at any time regardless of when the newly discovered evidence could have been obtained or discovered, the court may require the petitioner to provide additional information. Now that's okay. Fact that a petition initiated is dismissed as untimely. So it's not just the untimely filing, but also the failure to exercise due diligence. So we've got 2 sub-predicates, if you will, that would allow you to come in regardless of how old the case was. Correct, Peggy?
Correct.
Peggy, there you are.
Correct. I mean, it's still based on newly discovered evidence. The question is, how timely is this filed? And also, could it have been discovered through the exercise of due diligence? And then under the current law, I believe that can be thrown out, even if it is filed within 1 year of discovering the evidence. So this is trying to hit both of those questions.
Representative Babbage.
Yes, thank you. You know, one of the things that I want to do as we go forward is to, you know, provide a path for justice, but also to minimize any ability to manipulate the system. I guess with the wording that we currently have, regardless of when newly discovered evidence could have been obtained or discovered through the exercise, or when it was discovered through the exercise of due diligence. I guess if the newly discovered evidence was known by the convicted person, but was not brought for a post-conviction review until key witnesses were no longer available. Is that, I mean, I'm wondering if the inclusion may be filed at any time. It seemed, I wondered if it should stop there, or if by putting, regardless of when new evidence could have been or obtained or discovered, you know, I don't know if there would be a case where it was, there was evidence that the person knew of this new evidence, but in fact sat on it until his case would be more appealing to bring for post-conviction review. And I don't know if anybody's ever heard of an example of that happening, but I don't want to put in language that facilitates that. So I'm asking about the inclusion specifically of regardless. Is that really necessary, or can we just get rid of a deadline?
Anybody want to comment on that? I also don't want to see the system manipulated. I don't know how far down into the Machiavellian rabbit hole we can go here. Even if I'm in prison and the key witness, the eyewitness to my crime dies, I guess I'm still going to have some other evidence to get through the courthouse door. So I don't know how concerned I am about that. Representative Evangelos, and then we have, I'm guessing, Ms. Sway and Mr. Maycomber. Go ahead, Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the fact that we're just talking about newly discovered evidence is going to preclude a lot of our concerns. It's not going to allow an incarcerated person to, you know, go on some kind of a fishing expedition. We've got to have demonstrable newly discovered evidence. And the only purpose of the last sentence is that the newly discovered evidence that could possibly free them never got a hearing because of the non-exercise of due diligence by an attorney or the untimeliness of a filing. You know, we heard quite a bit of evidence during the Sixth Amendment Center report that there were cases where, well, I mean, the conclusions of the report were our court system and our justice system is operating beyond the parameters of the Sixth Amendment, and that was a pretty serious allegation. I don't think we're doing justice any favors by, as Representative Harnett just articulated, allowing somebody to sit in prison and not get at evidence because of a ruling last year or 3 years ago that sorry, your lawyer should have or could have but didn't, or you missed the timely filing. I'm only including this sentence to allow for newly discovered evidence to get a hearing. And certainly the word regardless in the first sentence is the key word, which opens up the door to justice. That's all we're doing here. And I do want to thank Attorney General Maycomber for his contributions to these discussions in the last 2 days. Important information he's given us, and I appreciate it. He's already said that most of these cases go down on their merits. So we're not going to get into hundreds of ridiculous motions being brought forward. As Megan from the ACLU stated, since 2008, Utah had 15. I don't think we're doing anything but improving our justice system. And I don't think, I think in the call for justice, as they did in Massachusetts, we always have to have that door open if there's legitimate evidence that comes forward. And if there isn't, the system will take care of it. There is judicial review even before we go forward. So, thank you.
Representative Harnett, and then we're going to go back to participants again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to address, I think, something that Representative Babbage raised. If I were an incarcerated person and I had evidence, newly discovered evidence that exonerated me, I would not be sitting on that evidence waiting for 10 years in jail for other witnesses to either die or be unavailable. Nobody's going to sit on evidence that can bring them justice and get them outside of the walls of a penitentiary. I just don't see that as happening.
May I?
Hold on. Did I have another committee member? All right, so I think, Mr. Maycomber, did you want to speak again?
Just in response to, I guess, Representative Babbage and what Representative Harnett just said, I agree that if they have that kind of evidence, they shouldn't sit on it. And right now, they have a full year to bring, if they have that kind of qualitative evidence under current law, they can bring it. But in response to what Representative Babbage said, and as I said earlier to Senator Keim, there have been cases in my experience where people have strategically sat on what they consider to be newly discovered evidence for strategic reasons. So that's all I really have to say.
Give me a for instance.
What's that?
Can you give me a for instance?
I'm hesitant too, because when I brought it up last week, Senator Bellows wasn't very happy with me. So.
Okay. Ms. Sway, were you with the other? No? Okay. Representative Babbage, you had your hand up.
Yes, I guess, I mean, there is evidence that exonerates, but there's merely evidence that casts doubt. And so there's quality of evidence, and there's also advice of counsel as to whether this is feasible to go forward at this time. So I do think a person who is incarcerated might be listening to many pieces of advice.
Other comments? Questions? If not, I'm looking for a motion. Representative Angelos.
I'll move on to pass as amended. I don't believe we need the second sentence because the courts are already doing that, but if the committee wants to leave it in, that's fine. But
Second sentence where?
the court may require the petitioner to provide additional information about the nature of newly discovered evidence. That's a procedure that's already occurring.
Well, the court, if I might, the rule says that the filing, I lost it. The rule says the filing shall briefly state the essential facts in support of each ground. I guess that implies that a court could suggest that what you put in front of me does not state the essential facts and I need more. I would like to leave that in.
I'll leave it in. I'll ought to pass as amended, as written, all three sentences.
Were you suggesting a change to your new 1A? Or did I hear you say something?
Are you directing that to me?
The word regardless in the third line.
I'm not suggesting
Okay, all right.
anything.
I misunderstood.
Were you addressing me, Senator Carpenter?
I'm sorry?
Were you addressing that to me?
Yes, I'm
No,
sorry.
no, the motion is ought to pass as amended, as presented to us by Peggy here, 1A, as written.
So just as is written by Peggy on the proposed amendment.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, I just want to be clear. Do I have a second? Representative Bailey, question or a second? Okay. Been moved and seconded by Representative Bailey. Representative Babbage, go ahead.
Merely a comment. I understand that the change being proposed here in the first sentence. I mean, I personally would prefer the factual predicate of the claim is based on newly discovered evidence if then the claim may be filed without deadline. That to me would be the law, not reasoning being unnecessary. But I am not against the, if in fact inclusion of that language does not change a judge's ability to rule by saying that this is no longer even to be considered by him if he knew that the person had this evidence and didn't bring it forward and witnesses were no longer available. I mean, I would want a judge to have that knowledge. So I don't need that, but if the judge's behavior would be unaffected, whether it's included or not, that the deadline is removed, then I will go forward. I am supportive of the intent of this bill. I'm trying to make sure the wording is as clear as possible. Just wanted to share that. Thank you.
This will put a fiscal note on the bill. I don't know what, but just everybody be aware of that the judicial branch will come in with a fiscal note, which we'll have to figure out later. Okay. Other comments or questions? I would ask our remote friends to become less remote. Come on down. Includes you, Chris.
Oh, thank you. Deep in thought. Sorry about that.
All right. I believe that we have a quorum assembled in the chamber. And our committee clerk, would please call the roll. Ought to pass as amended. You have the amendment language in front of you. Anytime you're ready.
Representative Cardone.
Yes.
Representative Cardone votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Curtis. Representative Curtis is absent. Representative Reckitt. Representative Reckitt is absent. Senator Bellows.
Yes.
Senator Bellows votes yes. Senator Carpenter.
Yes.
Senator Carpenter votes yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Talbot Ross.
Yes.
Representative Talbot Ross votes yes. Representative DeVoe. Representative DeVoe is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 8 members voting yes.
8 members of the committee voting in the affirmative, none in the negative. Ought to pass as amended is the prevailing motion. Members of the committee remotely contact your presiding officer today within 24 hours, please. All right. We have one left before lunch. LD 2102, an act to implement the recommendation of the Right to Know Advisory Committee. Peggy.
Okay, so this one is, you voted ought to pass on the bill. It's about, these are the recommendations
Peggy,
from the.
hold on. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I gotta wait till I get back to the room. Gotcha.
Thank you. My fault. My mistake.
Thank you.
Woo. I guess I can't take credit for it, huh? There we go. I think all committee members are back in their assigned location. Peggy, you're on.
Okay, thank you. So, LD 2102, you already voted ought to pass on it. It does 2 things. One, it adds an additional representative to somebody having legal or professional expertise in the field of data and personal privacy to the membership of the Right to Know Advisory Committee. No problem. The rest of the bill amends the training, the mandatory training for public officials to go through for under the Freedom of Access Act. And what it really does is it includes mostly focuses on municipal and school officials, municipal clerks, city managers, town managers, administrators, code enforcement officers, planning board members, as well as it makes clear who the school administrative unit officials are: superintendents, assistant superintendents, and school board members. That is an expansion of who needs to go through the training. The training is identified in statute as having a thorough knowledge of what's already posted on the statute already posted on the internet, that now Brenda Kelty handles for the Freedom of Access Act. There's a whole bunch of frequently asked questions that apply to both members of the public looking for information or public officials who have to comply with the law. So this is an expansion somewhat of who has to go through that training. It was identified. So if you look at the bill, that's what the bill does. The original fiscal note said this is a potential state mandate. It affects municipalities, it affects schools, could affect counties actually. It has an insignificant but statewide cost. So what do you want to do when you have something identified as a local government mandate? You can put a mandate preamble on, and then it requires 2/3 votes, because what you're saying is, we know this is a mandate, or we're pretty sure it's a mandate, and we expect you to carry it out, even though we're not going to give you more funds to do it. Or another option is you can fund 90% of what those identified costs are. And so you can also say, we don't think it's a mandate. And you can even write that in the summary. We really don't think this is a mandate. But the problem is, if it is identified to be a mandate, if a municipality doesn't comply with it and they're challenged and they win in court, then they don't have to comply with it. So you usually want to try to address it one way or another. So if you have your packet in front of you, page 5 is, back in March, you said, okay, we're going to fund this. Insignificant costs, we're going to fund this. And we asked the fiscal office to put this together. And I'm not exactly sure how they did it, but it wasn't an easy task, because that's usually not what a legislative committee does, is asked to fund at least 90% of it. So they went through, and the fiscal note here is, if you're going to do this, if you want to fund the 90%, they have identified that you need an appropriation that would go to the Department of Administrative and Financial Services, and they would set up an account to reimburse municipalities and school districts for their costs for this, of $33,300 for the upcoming fiscal year, or the fiscal year we're actually in. So that's one option. I've included the Constitution and the statute governing funding for required activities. And then the very last page of your packet is, if you decide you'd rather put a mandate preamble on it because you think statewide $33,000 isn't a lot of money, and that should really be absorbed by municipalities or school districts to spend, each person spending 2 hours looking at the internet, then you can put a mandate preamble on it. So where this bill is right now, you have an ought to pass vote on the bill, recognizing that you would have to probably do something else to deal with the identified mandate.
Right. So our options at this point is to let it go as it is, and the fiscal note will go on, or to reconsider and put the mandate preamble on. Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Peggy, I'm just a little confused. On March 20th, didn't the fiscal office say that it was an insignificant impact?
Even before March 20th, it was March 5th. They
Okay,
said,
I'm sorry,
mandate. Okay. It's a mandate. If it requires a local government entity to change what they're doing, and there's some kind of cost involved in that, then it's considered a local government mandate. So yes, they said it's a mandate. Yes, these people who aren't required right now to do training are required to do training, and that might take 2 hours of their time, which means they wouldn't be doing other parts of their work for that 2 hours potentially. Then it might be an insignificant cost, but it's still a mandate.
So what changed it from insignificant to putting a dollar amount on it in July?
Right. So one of your options in order to put this into law is to fund it. Fund whatever those costs are. You can see that in the constitutional provision. Unless the state provides annually 90% of the funding for these expenditures from state funds not previously appropriated to that local unit of government.
And again, I'm confused. The fiscal office saying that it is a mandate to train the municipal officers, but not to train the school board?
No, it's a mandate to train all of them.
So this covers everybody in here.
This covers everybody. This is supposed to cover everybody that is newly added to the mandatory training requirements. So it includes all those municipal officers that are municipal clerks, managers, or administrators, code enforcement officers, and all their deputies. So that's kind of new. And planning board members, as well as on the school side, superintendents. Although, I mean, you could question about the school boards because current law says officials of school administrative units. So you could probably say superintendents and assistant superintendents are officials, are school board members officials. If they are, then they're already covered by the law. So maybe that's why they focused just on municipalities. So I had a discussion with the analysts that were working on this, and it was, so how do you quantify the cost to a municipality of each of these people who weren't already doing this training or already required to do the training, spending 2 hours every year to do this training? And so that's where the $33,000 comes.
Thank you.
Representative Babbage.
Thank you. So Peggy, just to review, if the mandate that is insignificant is if we mandate local government to pay for it, which would require a 2/3 vote of the legislature. The funding amount included here means that it's no longer a mandate and that we would be funding, the state would be funding 90% or more. Is that correct?
So it's not saying it's not a mandate because you're giving them money. You're appropriating money because it's been identified as a mandate, and you're going to reimburse them for 90% of their costs.
But we'd still need a 2/3 vote?
You do not need a 2/3
Okay, that's
vote.
my point.
No, you
Yeah,
just have
yeah.
$33,000 that's going to go to the table.
Exactly, exactly. So that is the difference.
Yes.
My question is, there's a 120-day period here in the bill. So for the new categories of people who are being added for the training, does that mean they have 4 months from the time the bill is implemented in order to do that?
Well, since the bill, so the law says you're really supposed to complete your training within 120 days after either taking the oath of office or assuming the duties, because not all of these, yeah. So if you fall into one of these categories and you've already assumed your duties, then I think, yes, this is still giving you time to do that. I mean, I couldn't do it instantaneously. On the other hand, probably a lot of folks have already done that because they serve the public and they need to know how to comply with the law. They are required to comply with the law. This just requires them to go through training.
Okay. I am very, very supportive of this bill. I don't know, in 2021, the year of COVID, in spite of that, you know, I would not be opposed to delaying implementation for a year. But that's just a consideration.
Thank you. I believe Ms. Matea from OFPR was trying to get in. Are you still there?
Hi, yeah, I'm Lauren with OFPR.
There we are. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Lauren.
I'm just here to answer any questions. And I did want to clarify one thing. In our original fiscal note, we had said that this requires a new activity of school officials. And then when we looked a little bit closer, it's actually just the municipality employees that are under this new requirement. We got some clarification from the schools that they are already doing this training and it's not a new requirement on them. So that did change from the original bill to this new fiscal note that's out now. So I wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Lauren. Are there questions or comments from the committee?
A question for Lauren, if I may.
Go ahead.
Lauren, is that in statute already that school officials do this?
I think it is in statute, but this bill kind of just clarifies that they are required. There was kind of a little bit of a question there, is my understanding, and now there's no question. So we just took that as they're already required.
I'm looking for a motion for somebody either to pass. Oh, we've already voted on this. So now we have to, somebody's going to have to move to reconsider. And if they want to add the mandate language, the mandate preamble. If not, we go forward and it will have a fiscal note of $33,000 and lie and die on the table.
Actually, in any case, you're probably going to have to reconsider and change your vote because it's not just the fiscal note, it's the appropriation. Well, you could not fund it, but then the fiscal note will look very much like the original fiscal note that says this is a mandate and you probably want to fund this. You can either, I think you either have to amend it to add the fiscal note, amend it to add the appropriation, or amend it to add the mandate preamble. So in all those situations, I think you need to reconsider first.
Okay, so would all of the folks sitting remotely join us, please? We won't have any further discussion until I get here.
Okay.
Including Soupy, if she's not here.
I'm gonna have my.
Ma'am? No, we have language. Before we take up the issue of reconsideration, Representative Talbot Ross, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask the committee to consider one other friendly amendment here, and that is in the list of membership for the right to know. I think it's all listed on if you're here, it's on a blue piece of paper. Membership, letter L, 2 representatives of the public. I would really like to add, with consideration of the racial and ethnic diversity of the state. I really believe that if we do not start specifically naming how the state should be including our racial and ethnic diverse populations, that it's not going to happen organically. And if you look at the membership of this committee, it is not organically designed, given our demographics, that it will be diverse in composition, racial composition. So I'm just asking for every chance we can get as we go through these bills to start specifically identifying these communities as being important for membership, that we take the opportunity to do so. So without tokenizing the participation, the language could be with consideration. And I just ask this committee to think about that before we vote. Thank you.
So my question is, I guess, this bill comes to us as a recommendation from the Right to Know Advisory Commission. We had a public hearing on it. We did not have a public hearing on that issue. So I guess I'm looking at the committee as to how they feel about that. It's a change from what we held a public hearing on. Thoughts, comments? Senator Bellows?
I think it's a change. At the same time, although there's substance behind this addition, I don't see it as changing the nature of the work or having, it's just asking that appointments be made with consideration to racial equity. As a former member of the Right to Know Advisory Committee, actually appointed by then Senate President Libby Mitchell as a member of the public, I think that it would be entirely appropriate and sort of in keeping with the mission. So I don't see this as a policy question. I see it as trying to address an oversight.
Representative Babbage. Thank you, Senator Bellows. Representative Babbage.
I obviously don't have substantive concerns with an amendment of that type. What I have concerns with is the wording. I mean, I would like gender to be a consideration as well. But I would, before voting to amend this, I would like to see how specific we are in our wording to recommend diversity on the committee. I think diversity is something we should be promoting. But what we say counts in the manner we say it, and who we're inclusive of and who we're exclusive of.
I'm going to have to ask you to take your mask off to speak. I can't understand most of what you just said.
You very seldom do that. You want to hear what I said.
Tell me again what.
Let me say it again.
Yes, please.
I was just asking, I was just saying that that although I'm sympathetic to the intent of the amendment, I also would be very interested in gender diversity on the committee and so forth. So the wording of what we propose is important to me in promoting diversity here. So that's that would be the only reason that I wouldn't want to go forward without spending a little time. I also, Mr. Chairman, want to know if anybody feels that as important as all of this is regarding the right to know recommendations, that given the tremendous burdens on municipalities and school officials, although they say they're doing it, if not a delay until January 1st of 22 for required implementation, if that's not feasible, or would that be harmful to our intent?
Thank you, Representative Babbage. Other comments, Representative Talbot Ross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to belabor the issue, but what the reason for being specific around racial and ethnic diversity is because it's not organically taking shape. As Senator Bell has just indicated, she served on this committee. It is not my intent to limit women, the representation on this committee, but I think it happens organically. It's already, there are folks who represent these fields that are, that allows us to have some gender diversity. What we don't have, and what we have to do specifically and explicitly with intent, is to ensure that racial and ethnic diversity is built into the business of this committee. And that is very different. It is very different. Particularly when we say women in this state, we're really referring to white women. So I don't know of any need to put, I don't think there's a need to express gender because it is organically happening. What's not organically happening is the inclusion of racial, indigenous, and tribal populations in this state. And if we could put a nod to that with consideration of racial and ethnic diversity, we have some chance of making sure that this gets diversity in that kind of composition. So I'm not disagreeing with my good friend from Kennebunk, but I don't see the need to then be more specific around what types of diversity is required. Thank you.
Representative Arnett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the chair of the Right to Know Advisory Committee, we have gender diversity. As Representative Talbot Ross eloquently pointed out, that just happens in Maine. I don't see this change as a policy change requiring another public hearing. I see it as a commitment to consider the diversity that exists in our state, that we're becoming more conscious of, and saying it is something that should be considered when selecting members. Not that it has to be, but that it is a consideration. I also, I can't hesitate to speak for the committee. I can't imagine anyone being troubled by the addition of this language. As to the second point raised by Representative Babbage, if we reconsider this, I will then be asking for a motion to have it go to the table. I wouldn't want to put it off because I think it's an important bill, and if it dies there, then it'll be brought again by the Right to Know Advisory Committee. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Representative Talbot Ross. If I understand, would you repeat the language you're proposing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And where you're proposing it?
Absolutely. It's under Section 2, membership. The letter is L. 2 representatives of the public, 1 appointed by the President of the Senate, and 1 appointed by the Speaker of the House, with consideration of racial and ethnic diversity of the state.
Question. Since there are only 2 members there, but the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House, you would propose to make them sort of the gatekeepers for ensuring consideration of racial and ethnic makeup of the state. Would you consider putting that language up in paragraph 1? It would give them a greater ability, perhaps, to do what you want to do without narrowing it to just the public member. If you put it at the top, they could, for example, perhaps pick a law enforcement officer, a native, or a member of a person of color. rather than, you're sort of saying one of the two public members have, would you consider moving it up to the preamble section, if you will?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, absolutely.
Senator Bellows.
Everything I was going to say has been said more eloquently.
Pardon?
Mr. Chairman.
I didn't hear you. Sorry.
I have nothing to say.
Okay, I thought you would. All right, so Representative Babbage.
Yes, I appreciate your suggestion, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate Representative Talbot Ross including ethnicity in addition, because I was thinking not just folks of color, but also the various ethnic groups in the state of Maine. But I may need gender equity in order to get men on this committee. So let's not be exclusive with regard to diversity. That's what we're asking the folks to do. So, if you're talking racial, ethnic, gender considerations for diversity, I'm on board.
Thank you. Other Representative Talbot Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With all due respect, this state does not have a lot of difficulty finding white men to serve on any boards and commissions. In fact, if we want to, we could do an analysis of who sits on boards and commissions and committees within the state of Maine, and I bet you would find that the predominance of participation comes from white men. If not, I think you could find that parity or close to parity for white people, men and women, is safe and secure. What's not being done in this state, and I've had the privilege of serving on this committee where nominations to various commissions and boards seek our approval. I've not yet seen one person of color that could be described in terms of racial, ethnicity, or tribal affiliation come before our committee. What I have seen is white men and white women coming before the committee to be appointed. I've not once seen, nor have I seen any attempt for us to diversify these boards and commissions and committees outside of the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Tribal, and Indigenous Populations. So I don't want to become argumentative about this, but we have data. If Representative Babbage would like to see it, we have data that will prove that we have plenty of white men and plenty of white women participating at these levels. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Babbage.
I appreciate it. I share the frustration, but I have to say to a degree. I think that there are so many boards and commissions to which diversity is imperative in order for that commission to fully exercise their due diligence with regard to the needs of the people of the state of Maine. And I am also perhaps thinking of specific incidences that this committee has had to deal with. I'm not sure that this particular assignment lends itself to that. But I do see problems with, if you want to say, call it quotas. You want to make sure that 1.6% of all appointments are African American? Do you want to make sure that, one quarter of the people appointed are of French descent? I mean, my point is, especially when we're talking about something that may not be specific to socioeconomic background or to ethnicity or to race, that our job is to be inclusive and not specifically for one group over another. That's all that I'm saying here. And obviously it was a little bit tongue in cheek with regard to the fact that men may need to be represented, but that was a hats off to the fact that we've stood up for women being included in the past in Maine, and we've made great progress over the last 20, 30 years in this state. So, so my point is equality as far as representing all people and not being prescriptive for certain groups, even if, especially on specific committees, those groups very much need to be a part of the conversation and decision-making panel.
Thank you. Senator Keim.
I should turn on my video as well. Thank you. Yeah, I am, understanding and sympathetic to the suggestion and the change, but I would be voting in opposition of adding that to this board. I think a little bit I echo the thoughts around quotas. The more I am concerned that we remove our focus from who is most beneficial to the purpose of this committee and put a focus on there of something that I think, I've worked on this committee as well. There's nothing taken up there that is specific or to racial or ethnic issues. It's really for all people of Maine equally. So I hesitate to do that for that reason, as well as just the fact that this wasn't part of our discussion earlier on. So I wonder, appointing to boards is very difficult, and I just don't know how this is going to be read into. So that would be my comment on that. Thank you.
Any further discussion before we move to where somebody makes a motion to reconsider? Representative Harnett.
I make a motion that we reconsider our prior vote on LD 2102.
Moved by Representative Harnett, second by Representative Evangelos. Discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure that Senator Keim understood my point. Consideration for racial and ethnic diversity in terms of membership on this committee was not so that those folks would be tokenized to talk about only racial and ethnic issues. They would be there so that we had that this committee starts to represent the entire populations of the state. So I just want to make sure you know they're not there just to talk about racial and ethnic issues. Our consideration would be so that we start to explicitly take steps to diversify these types of decision-making bodies, advisory bodies, so that we are not leaving communities behind in ways that we have been able to demonstrate in this state generation after generation. This is not an emotional plea. This is factual. And so I just want to make sure that the committee understands that I'm not suggesting that we have consideration for these populations so that all they do is comment on issues that are predominant to their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Pending motion on the floor is the motion to reconsider. All in favor, please indicate by raising their hand. It appears that all 8 members in the room For those of you on the Zoom, we have lost our audio in the chamber again, so we're going to try to get that back. There we go. We're back. Don't go anywhere. All right. There's a motion on the floor. No, I'm sorry. We already voted to reconsider. So I'm looking for a motion and recognize Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a two-part motion. The first is to address the issue of the mandate to municipalities. And I would move that we select the option to send this to the appropriations table for funding to address that mandate. In addition, I wanted to accept the friendly amendment offered by my colleague, Representative Talbot Ross. And I will try to give language to Peggy that will make sense. We're looking at section on page 12 of the blue sheet that you gave us. Section 411, the Right to Know Advisory Committee, adding the following sentence to the end of subsection 1. Something along the lines of appointments to the advisory committee should take into consideration the racial and ethnic diversity of the state.
Babbage?
I am going to vote for the bill, and I would prefer simply the word diversity because Representative Talbot Ross added
that background, I do think it's a less exclusive addition to the,
Arnett?
I will support this enthusiastically. I don't think this is about exclusion. This is about inclusion and is not setting quotas. I don't even like that discussion. It is taking into consideration the reality of our state's population. Thank you.
It's because we live in a state that does not have a large non-white population. I sometimes worry that it's easy for us to forget other folks, other points of view, other cultures. And so what this will do is to at least call to the attention of the appointing authority that this is something they should take into account. Further discussion of the two-part amendment. You understand it, Peg? Okay, Peggy's nodding.
Yeah, so what you're going to do is you're going to amend the bill to do two things. One, you're going to add the appropriation section, which is $33,000. And then you're going to also amend, it's really, did you want it in subsection 1 or at the end of subsection 2? I think at the end of subsection 2 where all the appointments are made. Is that what you meant?
Whatever makes sense. I think that Senator Carpenter's concern was to not limit it to each of the categories, but have it considered with all the appointments.
Exactly.
So wherever you think it makes most sense to put that, I'd be comfortable with that when it comes back on language review.
Okay, thanks.
It does seem to me that under the establishment clause, if you will, might be the most appropriate.
Which is where I had it, but I'll let our wordsmither.
But I will always defer to Peggy. All right.
Thank you.
Representative Cardone.
Yes.
Representative Cardone votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Curtis. Representative Curtis is absent. Representative Reckett. Representative Reckett is absent. Senator Bellows.
Yes.
Senator Bellows votes yes. Senator Carpenter.
Yes.
Senator Carpenter votes yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Talbot Ross.
Yes.
Representative Talbot Ross votes yes. Representative DeVoe. Representative DeVoe is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 8 members voted in yes.
8 members having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative, the motion ought to pass as amended prevails. Members of the committee who are Zooming have 24 hours. At this point, we're going to take a half-hour break. It is now 1:45. We'll be back at 1:15 to continue our business. Thank you.
Okay.
Did somebody tell me the return time? I had a really loud lawnmower going on in the background. I couldn't hear.
Hi, this is Peggy. It's going to be 1:15.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Oh, shoot. Okay, geez, I left my wallet here.
Representative Babbage,
Yes.
are you going to mute your laptop?
Oh, would you like me to?
Sure, why not?
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, have a good lunch.
All right, welcome back. We are back in session. We have, let's make sure that we have our members all where they're supposed to be. What we're going to do this afternoon is we're going to skip to the afternoon agenda. And we have some, I know we have some folks waiting to join us for that. So we're going to skip to the afternoon agenda, which is 1392, an act to establish a formal tribal consultation process with the state, LD 2094. We all know what that one is. And LD 2118, an act to establish an enhanced process for tribal state collaboration and consultation, and to develop a process for alternative dispute resolution. I do know that we have some folks, I think it looks to me like they must be all in. Chief Francis, Corey Hinton, Allison Binney, Chris Taub, Molly and Dana. Welcome all. Sam Smith is here from OPLA. There's Chief Sabatis. Welcome. Welcome, Ambassador. So, where do you want to begin? Peggy, are you with us? I guess I did want to ask, just to get the discussion going. The tribal attorneys and Chris Taub were going to get together, I think, and try to come up with some language regarding LD 1392, the consultation piece. I just checked with our analyst and she said she hadn't seen anything. Mr. Taub, I'm looking on my screen. There you are.
Kimberly's here too.
I'm sorry?
Kimberly Poplar is here too.
Yes. Where's Kimberly? Is she on there? I don't. Okay. Oh, there's Chris. So, Mr. Taub, have you folks had a chance to talk to the tribal attorneys about coming up with some language there?
No, well, we've had a series of discussions. I think we've had 3 or 4 discussions, probably totaling 5 or 6 hours over the past few weeks. But we haven't really been focusing on the consultation piece. We've been focusing on some other aspects of the more omnibus bill.
Okay. Corey Hinton, are you on there? Thought I saw him a minute ago.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
There you are. Hi. Would you like to weigh in on that?
I would. Thank you very much. It's very good to see you, Chairman and members of the committee, after that long spell we've had at home staying safe. I hope everyone's doing well. To Chris's point, we've had 3 meetings, I believe, over about 6 hours over the last 3 weeks. The lawyers for the Attorney General's office, Chris and Kim, and the tribal attorneys have worked through a few issues. I'd say maybe 3 or 4 categories of the task force recommendations. However, we did not get into the tribal consultation piece as Chris and the Attorney General's office believe that was a policy-oriented bill that required input from the governor's office. We have not received any input from the governor's office yet on the consultation side of things. However, it's worth noting that the tribal attorneys will be meeting with representatives of the governor's office on Monday at 12. So we hope to be able to delve into the policy issues beginning at that time. But I would say that, and I don't want to speak for the other lawyers, but I do think that we've made headway on some other issues in the recommendations. And so I would report that we have been making progress.
That's excellent. The purpose of putting these bills on today was not necessarily to work them, but just to sort of see, because we've been so divorced from the process, most of us anyway, because of COVID, just to, as my co-chair said, to refocus our thoughts and see where we are. And hopefully not to lose any momentum that we had built up. So I'm looking to the committee now. I know the other Corey just joined us too. Corey, do you want to weigh in? How are things in Washington?
Thank you, Senator Carpenter, and it's good to see everyone. Glad to see your faces. I hope you and your families are all doing well. We're good here in Washington. Thank you. I appreciate you asking. And I don't have anything to add on top of what Corey and Chris said. I think that's a pretty fair summary of where we're at. You know, in March on my last two trips to your beautiful state, we did spend a significant amount of time, about a day and a half. I think it was right around the 12th, 13th, before you all shut down, with some very, very focused, good conversation about really all aspects of the omnibus bill, as well as about the two consultation bills. And, you know, unfortunately after that, you know, we all kind of know what happened. And so what we've been trying to do over the last few weeks, as Chris and Corey said, is to get back together and to, you know, get back into those subjects and try to pick back up where we left off and to keep the momentum running on those. So we've been doing that, and I think we're looking forward to continuing the conversation with the committee as well as with the, you know, the governor's office and the attorney general's office.
Thank you. Thank you, Corey. Are any of the chiefs, we have two of the chiefs on board. Would either of you like to weigh in, and also Ambassador Dana?
Hi, this is Chief Francis. I don't really have anything to add to that except to say it's good to see everyone, and would echo the sentiments that hope everybody's staying healthy and getting through this time. We're looking forward to the re-engagement of this issue. The tribes have continued to work over this period of time with each other on these issues. We spend a lot of time weekly together, and we're prepared to kind of pick up where we left off and continue to move forward with this. So thank you for having this conversation today and for prioritizing these bills as we move into a probably difficult session for you all.
Thank you, Chief. I like the view behind you too. Chief Sabatis?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add to that either, but it is good to see everyone, and I echo his sentiments. You know, really thankful that you've made this a priority, and we're ready to go.
Okay. Ambassador Dana, would you like to weigh in?
I would just echo what the chiefs have said. It is good to see everyone, and I'm really glad that we are picking up the work on this. So thank you all.
So what's the desire of the committee, how to proceed? Are we putting this on for a work session? Which day?
Both days.
Both, okay. So we're going to start working these bills next week. At this point, we don't have any definite answer as to whether or not the legislature is going to reconvene or not. We're working all these bills with the anticipation that we may, otherwise this will all be for nothing. What I would like to do, I think, is ask the tribal attorneys and representatives and the representatives of the state, the consultation bill, it seems to me, 1392, is really important. And I think some decisions are going to have to be made about whether or not that stands by itself or whether it gets folded into 2094. So I'd like to have you folks have some of those discussions over the next couple of days, if you can, about what your desires are, and then we'll take this back up again next week. Do I have any comments or questions from the committee? Any suggestions from anybody about what the best way to proceed here would be beginning next week? No? I've never known this crowd to be that quiet. It makes me nervous. I don't see any hands up.
Can you just ask who just joined with just a telephone number?
Can I what? Sorry. Representative Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could whoever just joined with the telephone number ending with 208, just identify yourself as to who you are? I just don't know who you
That's
are.
Idaho, by the way.
Thank you.
Who just joined us from Idaho?
That's the ending number.
Oh, it's the ending number. I'm sorry. I thought that was the area code. Oh, I see. 1207. Yeah. Okay. They want to be anonymous for some reason. Okay. So if no one else has anything to add, or any questions?
Mr. Chairman, this is Allison Binney. I would make the recommendation that, next week, I do think at the first work session that both the state attorneys and the tribal attorneys will have at least 3 to 4 issues that they can concretely talk about with progress for the committee. And so maybe one way to move forward is to plan a work session to address at least the 3 to 4 issues that we have been definitely discussing and making some progress on. And then the second work session can be on the remaining issues.
Thank you, Allison, for breaking the silence. I think it's a great idea. So for Peggy, for our first work session, at least at the beginning, let's do that. Let's have the tribal attorneys and the state's attorneys tell us where they've made progress and go from there. And if I understand it, the discussions have been largely around 2094. Am I correct, Allison? Ms. Binney?
That's right. That's right. I would say that they've been around LD 2094, and I would even offer up but with deference to the other attorneys, I would offer up concrete agenda items of categories such as criminal jurisdiction, land acquisition, and taxation. And if we can get through all those 3 issues, then we can try to address the rest remaining issues at the next work session. But that way, at least gives the committee members some time to think through those categories.
Just a question of the folks that have been working on this. Have those discussions included the governor's office?
Not to the tribal attorney's knowledge, but we are as Corey Hinton mentioned, we're meeting with them on Monday, but I defer to the Attorney General's office to see if maybe they've had some discussions with the governor's office.
This is Chris. I would say that we haven't had any substantive discussions with the governor's office. We've gotten some general feedback from them on certain concepts. So for example, criminal jurisdiction is something that we've spent a lot of time talking about with the tribal attorneys. And that's something that we understand the governor's office may be interested in as well. But I suspect once the tribes meet with the governor's office on Monday, I think we might have a little better idea of sort of where the governor is on some of these issues.
Okay. Anybody else? Senator Bellows, did you have something you wanted to add, or you just popped up on my screen for some reason?
Sorry, it might have been my phone. No, I concur with Ms. Binney's suggestions, and I think it would be really helpful. Sam sent around a list of the different provisions in the bill, and once we work through those 3 areas on Monday, perhaps the AG's office and tribal attorneys could refresh our memories about the rest of the sections and which ones we had reached complete agreement on prior to leaving, and then which ones remain in terms of negotiations.
All right. So if that's all we're going to do, we'll see you. I'm sorry, Representative Arnett. I see your little blue hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's the blue hand. You have to look for the blue hands. I can't speak for the rest of the committee, but for me, it would be very helpful to have a preview about what we're going to be talking about, the areas where there might be agreement prior to hearing about it in a work session. I don't know if that's possible given the time frame. I'm not even sure. Are we talking about a work session on Wednesday, Senator Carpenter? Yes. Okay. So to the extent that is possible, that would be a great help to me.
Do you think, I'm looking now to the state's attorney or the tribal attorneys, are you at a place now where you could give us that overview now?
I think, I mean, I guess what I can say is we've talked in very general terms about the topics that Allison mentioned, tax, land acquisition, and criminal jurisdiction. But it really has been kind of a very broad overview at this point. We haven't gotten into a lot of specifics. I mean, I'm happy to describe a little bit more about those discussions. And I think the one that we've had sort of the most concrete discussions about has been criminal jurisdiction. And just to sort of, with the understanding that this is just what our discussions have been, this doesn't indicate any particular position of any of the parties that are involved, but this is just sort of the concept that we've been discussing. We've been discussing a concept of expanding tribal criminal jurisdiction over additional classes of offenses. So specifically, we've been talking about expanding criminal jurisdiction over Class C, D, and E offenses committed on tribal lands when the defendant is a member of the tribe. And we've talked about a lot of different sort of nuances involving that, issues about concurrent and exclusive jurisdiction depending on who the victim is, certain crimes that might be carved out of jurisdiction. We've talked about issues of tribal authority to deviate from what would be the normal sentencing standards for certain crimes. We've discussed issues relating to whether or not the tribes would have authority to define additional crimes. We've talked about issues relating to whether or not in applying a particular statute to an offense, whether the tribes would be bound by the state court's interpretation of that statute or whether they would be free to develop their own interpretations. So that just sort of gives you an idea of the kinds of issues that we've been talking about. But again, these have all really been sort of preliminary discussions, and I don't think any party has yet really committed to necessarily, adopting any particular approach. And I invite, if the tribal attorneys have a different sort of understanding or feel for the nature of our discussions, certainly they should jump in. But that's just sort of my perspective of where the conversations have been.
Yeah, and I think where the tribes are, this is Miss Allison Binney, where the tribes are evaluating is some of the nuances to the general proposal of expanding tribal court jurisdiction over Class C crimes when both the perpetrator and victim are Indian, and victimless crimes where the perpetrator is Indian. So we're talking about expanding tribal court jurisdiction over Indians, basically, and it is expansion to Class C, and then we're just sorting through some of the nuances of that. I think that's right.
Representative Cardone, you have a question?
I have a preference to express. I personally would like to see LD 2094 broken down into subsections or I don't know what you call it, but rather than trying to pass it out as a whole bill and be able to vote on individual sections of it. And I don't have the divisions concrete in my mind, but perhaps for the work session, you folks can suggest some. And my concern is this: I'm very concerned that the governor's office hasn't been proactive in giving input to all of you and all of us. And I know it's not for lack of your trying, but I'm not overly excited about passing out a bill that the governor is not going to sign, because assuming we do get into session and the bill gets passed and then gets vetoed, I don't think we're going to have the votes to override a veto. And I'm concerned about one large bill going down and then losing the whole thing, rather than getting parts of the bill, if not the whole thing. So That's just my thought and my approach, what I would like to see. I don't mean to speak for the rest of the committee. I know you'd rather have all of it rather than some of it, but I think you have to look at, do I get some of it rather than none of it at this point? And that's what I'm reading into the lack of participation by the governor's office. Maybe I'm wrong on that. That's what I think.
Thank you. Other comments by members of the committee or anybody else for that matter? All right. If not, then we will see you on Wednesday.
Can I just clarify what
Try to
time you want
resolve
to
all these
start?
problems between now and Wednesday, okay? Go ahead, Peggy.
I just want to figure out what time you want to start. We have the House Chamber reserved starting at 9 a.m. So I don't know if you want to start at 9. I know we might have some other straggling bills and some other language reviews to do. So maybe you start at 9 and with those things and you move to the task force issues at 10 or 10:30.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Why don't we plan to do just exactly that? The committee will assemble here at 9. We have some unrelated bills and language reviews to go over. We'll do those between 9 and 10. And and then we'll start with the 3 tribal bills at 10 o'clock. Senator Bellows, did you have a question? Oh, I'm sorry.
So, yeah, are we going to do 2 work sessions? Because I know this is Representative Talbot Ross she just put in the chat that she won't be able to be there on Wednesday, and she's been integral to this process. Will we be having a follow-up work session before the final vote where she could participate?
Yes, I believe we will. Senator Kime.
Thank you. Yeah, as you were eliciting responses or what the committee was hoping to see done, I personally won't be voting in favor of moving any of this forward at this time with there's being so little ability for participation in the general public. Land acquisition, just grabbing at that one for a minute, that's a really hot topic for my constituents, and many of them would have no idea how to go on to a Zoom meeting and try to participate in this forum and be able to share their opinion or even follow what's happening. So I think this is really sweeping legislation that affects my constituents a lot, and so I don't feel right about moving forward on this without their input, without their knowledge, and without their participation.
Thank you. Senator Bellows, have your hand up.
Thank you. I would just like to counter that. This bill has had multiple public hearings. In fact, it's been somewhat unusual in that this particular title has had more hours of public hearings than any bill that I've been involved with. Similarly, we've had multiple hours of work sessions. In the work sessions, there's the opportunity for the committee to delve into the legal and technical issues and determine our own votes. But the time for public input and comment is generally in the hearings issues. So I think as representatives of our constituencies, it's really important for us to convey what we're hearing from our constituencies. But I think that this particular bill has received more public scrutiny, first with the commission process and then with the bill itself and multiple hearings and multiple work sessions. So I just want to push back against the suggestion that we aren't involving the public, because truly we have been scrutinizing every detail.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? I don't see anybody else, so thank you very much. We will see you on Wednesday then. 10 o'clock, Wednesday morning.
By the way, Mr. Chairman, your mystery caller there was Mark Chevrolet. He couldn't get off mute.
Thank you. Thank you.
He's the guy from Idaho, right? Sorry about that. Sorry, Mark. There he is. Now I see the hand. Representative Babbage.
Since I'm unmuted and he's not yet.
Okay, Lois, I appreciate that. I was just going to say, I don't know if Representative Cardone actually got to this, but in addition to not having the governor's input, if we leave 2094, I don't know where we're going to be when we vote on it a week from today or whenever it is. But segmenting it might eliminate minority reports or multiple reports. I put that out there as well. I did email Donna and Representative Bailey and Senator Carpenter last week saying that I was unable to make it on Wednesday. So hearing that Rachel might not be able to, Representative Talbot Ross might not be able to make it, that may present a problem. I just wanted you to consider.
I'm planning to be here Wednesday. Representative Bailey's planning to be here Wednesday.
Just remind them that we're going to work this the 29th.
Remind him yourself.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am aware that some people are not able to make it on the 29th. Be aware, we are assuming we are going to be working this bill the 29th and the 31st. We don't expect that we would be voting on it on the 29th. So you will have an opportunity to participate and to vote.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Representative Talbot Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll just add, it's wonderful to see everyone again. Because of the intensity and complexity of the material that will be debated and discussed on Wednesday, is there an opportunity for those who will miss that debate? I know it will be recorded, is that correct? I just want to make sure prior to Friday that there's an opportunity to get indoctrinated into the discussions and debate, because it will be very hard to catch up on Friday without some additional resources for those of us who will not be able to attend.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My understanding is that these meetings are all on the YouTube channel, and so you can view them. So you should be able to review that.
Mr. Chair, I'm concerned about,
Representative Cardone.
I'm concerned about a quorum. If
understand.
we don't have Representative Babbage and Representative Talbot Ross, we've got 6 people. And I'm sorry, but I don't mind driving down here for a hearing. I really don't want to drive down here to find out I don't have a quorum and I have taken the day off from work.
Mr. Chair, that's exactly why I made sure you knew I was not going to be here, for Representative Cardone's point.
So I'm not sure where we go from here.
So if I may offer an option, I think you can do this. If you do want to go ahead with a meeting without a quorum, maybe you can call it a subcommittee. And then since you won't be taking votes, it's more like a discussion session. I don't know if that's useful to you though, since you'll only have 6 folks here.
Well, I do think it would be useful in that, especially if the representatives of the state and the tribes can come in and talk to us in more detail about where there are areas of agreement. And if we have a scaled down version of a committee recognizing we're not going to be able to vote, for me, it would be very helpful to hear from them at that point, and get myself back up to speed on where the agreement is and where the sticking points are. So I'm still planning to go forward on Wednesday. If we have to call ourselves a subcommittee, I mean, again, we're not taking any official action. Representative Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the concern is that if we only leave one day, the 31st, to work these three bills, that we won't have time. So that's the concern, although I understand people can't make it on the 29th. The risk we run if we don't do any work on the 29th, that all that leaves us for all the committee work that's left is the 31st, including these bills. And I don't think we'll have enough time to do everything. So just so you understand, that's our thinking and why we did schedule it for 2 days in hopes that we can get through all our work, because there's not going to be any additional days given to us.
Madam Chair.
Representative Talbot Ross, you had a question?
Yeah, and maybe this is something we talk about that, and let other folks get on with their afternoons. But I'm assuming that Thursday, the 30th was a date that is not, the chamber's not available, or, because I do, absolutely, we need 2 days. I'm just trying to figure out and I absolutely am not trying to hold up a process. It needs to take place. I was concerned about more. But I'm guessing the 30th wasn't available?
Representative Babbage?
Yeah, along the same lines. I mean, there's nothing keeping the committee from meeting on Wednesday by itself and conducting discussion, unless, of course, somebody challenges the presence of a quorum, and that's when it becomes relevant, if that happens. But also the subcommittee option obviously is one that you can use to go forward. Donna touched on it. I know that the earliest possible convention of a special session would be on August 10th. Is there no room for us to go Friday and Monday or something like that at the end of next week?
We have the dates that have been approved. I rearranged my schedule because it's going to require me to make 2 trips down and back from Holton because I have court in Presque Isle on Thursday that I have to be at. So I'm going to have a hectic week as it is, but I don't think there's an option beyond August 1st for the committee, for any committee to work. That's what I was given to believe. And I've not heard anything about any dates for a session. I don't think the August 10th date is still on the table as near as I can tell.
Well, I know that reservations of space were being held for that being the earliest possible date. So I know that nothing before that is possible, for sure.
Senator Bellows.
I was just going to put in the chat, what about after nominations on Tuesday? Oh, we have public hearings. Never mind.
Right, yeah, we've got the public hearing. Sorry. Other comments or questions about these issues? Okay, we're going to plan to be here in some form Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much. We're going to go back to the language review on those bills. We have time now. We didn't think we were going to have time, but they're on the schedule, so. 1061, 182, and 1067.
Great. So you should still have the files in front of you from this morning. 1061, we don't need to spend a lot of time on it. That is the an act to establish a fund to compensate unjustly incarcerated persons. There is Senator Keim and Representative Hagan have a different report from the majority, which sets a cap of $500,000. What I don't have yet are, it's not really through all the processing, so I don't have final language. I don't have the fiscal analysis since we just gave it to them. So you can look at the language. I did send it out. I'm not sure if you want to spend a lot of time on that today, but I'm happy to go through it if you'd like to. The other two bills that are on your list, 182 and 1067, really do need some discussion. So if you have a little bit of time, I think I would appreciate it if you could spend it on both of those, if you're ready to talk about them though.
Okay, we'll skip 1061 for now, and we will talk about LD 182, which, Peggy, go ahead and describe for us what this really is now.
Right, so 182, I think it got referred to you at the beginning of the second regular session. It was carried over by criminal justice as a vehicle to use to transfer the financial screeners from MCILS to the judicial branch and kind of expand their duties once they're over in the judicial branch. And so we're changing the name to an act to amend Maine law regarding the assessment of financial capacity of defendants and other parties. You should have that amendment somewhere in your packet today, and I had emailed it out before. So you had seen this language back in March, but what we didn't have was any of the monetary pieces of it. And so Julie Finn very nicely put together a whole spreadsheet, which should also be in your packet, that shows the costs of moving the screeners. And in addition, there's a memo attached to her spreadsheet where it would move all 9 current positions, and they would add 1 supervisory position, the managing staff accountant, and 1 extra screener, because we're asking those screeners to do more than just look at indigent, potential indigent clients. They're looking at other folks in the judicial system that might qualify for indigency status. So they're looking for an additional money. It's not just a wash moving folks over from MCILS to the judicial branch. So you should have all that in front of you. And I see Representative Reckitt has something to say.
Yes, thank you. I'm a little concerned because whatever day that was that today or yesterday? Criminal justice passed a bail code revision that, among other things, eliminates cash bail. However, it doesn't eliminate the cost of the bail commissioners. And so, and there was some concern voiced about the fact that everybody in the world's going to claim they don't have enough money to pay the bail commissioner, and that somebody's like the counties or the jails are going to get stuck with that tab. So what I don't know is whether there's any connection between that discussion and this discussion that needs to be had. And Rachel, you might have a better idea than I, since it was your bill that we were working on in criminal justice. So I don't want us to get.
It was actually this morning in judiciary.
Was it this morning? Geez, I'm telling my brain.
In judiciary, but that's okay. You raised all the issues, I think.
Yeah. So I'm just worried that I don't want that bill to get sandbagged by not figuring out if there's any connection to this one. That's all.
So this bill no longer addresses bail, although it was listed in the original title. An act to amend the bail code regarding the financial capacity of a defendant to post bond. We're not doing that at all anymore. The thing we focused on from that title is financial capacity. And instead of talking about bail, we're talking about who makes the determination of financial capacity. So they might actually be used to look at bail, although I'm not sure that's included here. But it's not amending the bail code. It's not talking about who makes bail so much or paying bail commissioner fees. It's really moving those positions out of MCILS, taking out all the provisions in the MCILS statute dealing with financial screening. Sixth Amendment Center identified those as conflicts of interest. How do you zealously represent your client at the same time you're trying to get money out of them, or reporting them for not paying? So that's what this is now. It's a vehicle. It's so I don't think it's at cross purposes at all with LD 1421 this morning.
Bailey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to ask, I see Julie Finn is on, Ms. Finn. I guess I'm a little concerned that essentially what is being represented here is that in order to move these positions to the judicial branch, it's going to cost more money. So my concern is that either we're not doing a good job with financial screening as currently, because MCILS is doing it less expensively, or, you know, why does the judicial branch, just moving them over there, suddenly the cost goes up by $300,000? I mean, is it that we have to give MCILS more money to upgrade the financial screeners? I'm trying to understand where the discrepancy is.
Thank you, Representative Bailey. I'll do the best I can with that. And I actually was hoping that John Pelletier would be here this afternoon. He was around on some of the calls this morning. But I believe I have heard him say in the past that he does feel that his programs are underfunded, and he's had trouble filling some of the screener positions, I know, in the past. And it looks like some of them are part-time. But when you look at the workload with each judicial region, there are 8 regions. They correspond with the prosecutorial districts. And the size of, you know, Maine, they cover quite a bit of territory, and having one person per region with kind of an additional floater in the northern part of the state and the southern part of the state to cover, you know, excess work or another extra court or vacations or whatnot, seems entirely appropriate. And actually at that, it would still be difficult, I think, to cover multiple courts, because, you know, all of these regions, except for Cumberland, York, and Aroostook, have multiple counties, multiple courthouses. Arraignments in some places are being held daily. Some places it's certainly less frequently than that. So there's some travel involved. I mean, I can't speak to how this is really handled at the commission. I think that's more for John to do. But I remember him, you know, indicating that he felt the program was under-resourced. And if I'm incorrect about that, I hope someone will correct me. And our assessment also does add a supervising, like managing staff accountant. This program would be a little bit different from theirs, because as Peggy mentioned, we'd be adding some duties to it in terms of assessing indigency in other areas, and also doing a little bit of collections work at times in the county jails. So to manage a large new comprehensive statewide program like that, it was felt that a manager would be necessary. Existing staff in our finance department don't have the means or the time to take that on. And we actually also had spent quite a bit of time assessing the actual job classifications, the work that they do, how they would line up relative to existing judicial branch employees. Our director of human resources met with our director of finance and others, and they really spent some time and looked at this very closely. There had been concern actually by others previously that possibly that these positions should be at a higher grade. And it was determined that no, they should stay at a grade that's most comparable to the grade that they're currently at the commission. But that it would be necessary to add the 2 new positions. So I will say, you know, a great deal of consideration was put into where these would land in order to do the work efficiently and appropriately. And there's no shortage of this type of work to be done. And it looks like actually John maybe has joined us now, but.
Thank you, Ms. Finn. Representative Bailey? And we have Mr. Pelletier joining us now. Hang on a second.
Yes, Mr. Pelletier did join, but I wanted to follow up. So Ms. Finn, currently, because obviously from the judicial branch's own assessment, the financial screening area is underfunded and understaffed. And so currently, because there are not enough financial screeners, when there aren't financial screeners to do these assessments, it's the court that does them, correct? The judges? The judges will do financial screening?
Well, the judge approves the form. I believe that the indigent seeking counsel would fill out the form. They just might not have the assistance with it, and the judge would then ask them questions, certainly.
Right. Right. So the judges fill in essentially. At least that's what I understood. For example, for a long time, there wasn't a financial screener in Portland, in Cumberland County. They were down a financial screener. So it was the courts who had to fill that role, correct?
Right. Yes.
Okay. So I'm just wondering if in your assessment that was, when you calculated that, did you take into consideration the court time and judge time that would be saved if you actually fully staffed as you set forth, which I agree, that's the way the financial screening should look. And if that was fully staffed, the court time and the judicial time that would be saved by doing that, is that reflected in your numbers?
It is not. The judicial time, I think, tends to get filled with something else whenever this type of task does not need to be finished. There's other matters to attend to, either in court or on request of a clerk, or even in terms of making decisions. But that is not, to answer your question, it is not reflected here, no. I'm not sure how we would assess that.
Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that you've addressed my question, but I just want to be clear. You're looking, currently we have 7.5 full-time employees doing this work. And your proposal, Ms. Finn, is to increase that to 11 full-time employees? So adding 3.5 new positions?
Well, in looking at the spreadsheet, it appears that there are 3 of the screeners at the commission are part-time.
Right.
Oh, go ahead.
That amounts to 1.5 full-time.
Oh, that was okay. That was the math you were doing. I guess, yeah, I mean, we looked at this as adding 2 positions, the manager and 1 more screener, but it also does make the others full-time, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, Representative Talbot Ross, sorry.
No worries, thank you. I just had a quick question for Ms. Finn. Can you just describe it in a little bit of detail? When you said in some collection work, what does that mean exactly, some collection work?
It's really just what the financial screeners do is now, and they meet with defendants to assess their financial capacity, and we have a lengthy form. And so in terms of collections, sometimes after a fine has been assessed, a similar questions are asked of a defendant, what their ability to pay is. And that type of question to basically assist them in making the payments that are required. If that, it doesn't happen always, and that can land them in different types of trouble, as I think we've discussed.
Thank you. Mr. Pelletier?
Yes, sir.
Do you have anything you want to add to this conversation?
No. I'm not really familiar with the document that's been under discussion, and the commission as a commission is taking no position on whether the screener should move.
So Peggy, what do we? Peggy?
So yes, I had sent Mr. Pelletier an invitation because his name was mentioned and I thought he'd like to be available to answer questions.
I am.
So the question is, what do you want to do with this bill? So if this bill fulfills one of the recommendations of the Sixth Amendment Center, which is to move the screeners out of MCILS, but it has an additional price tag to it. So I could offer you lots of options. I think one is you don't do anything right now. Another one is you go ahead with it exactly as written, and they use the information that the judicial branch has provided to create a fiscal note and an appropriation for those gaps in funding that aren't there by transferring those positions. And then it goes to the table. I'm not sure what your other options are. I mean, I guess you could not fund the judicial branch at the level they are requesting, but I'm not sure that that's really a good solution, because then they won't be able to carry out what you're asking them to carry out.
All right, so I'm looking for some guidance from my committee. Motion? I'm getting blank stares. And Representative Bailey.
I don't have emotion. I just have frustration that, again, this is a recommendation of the Sixth Amendment Center.
Right.
And if we don't do anything, we are going against that recommendation, which the concern that was expressed is the conflict of interest. But in addition, we are sanctioning and acknowledging that MCILS and the financial screeners need to do this job that the judicial branch has said can't be done with those amount of people. But that's what we've been asking them to do, and we would continue to be asking them to do. So we are knowingly participating in perpetuating a lack of financial screeners and a potential conflict of interest. On the other hand, I recognize with that kind of fiscal note, which I have a lot of questions about that fiscal note, but then it's just going to die on the appropriations table. So again, we're put in this position in terms of improving our judicial system, and in particular, carrying out the recommendations of the Sixth Amendment Center of either doing nothing or having what needs to be done die on the appropriations table. So I don't know what the solution is. I suppose we can explore what Peggy suggested in terms of, again, make this a wash and just move. I mean, the whole idea of the bill was just move the financial screeners that currently exist over to the judicial branch. But again, acknowledging that that's not a long-term solution. So I don't have any answers. I just have a lot of questions and frustration. Thank you.
So is it possible to decrease the duties that you're asking them to do? We know we want them to do paragraph A in the judicial branch. If we take out those other things, does that, I mean, I don't know if Ms. Finn would be able to respond to that. Is there anything you can reduce, still move them, but reduce their duties, because we're expanding them? Can we reduce the duties so it wouldn't be quite the burden on the judicial branch? I mean, I don't know if that makes sense at all, but I guess that's another option.
if I could chime in for a sec, it seems to me that the most ethical thing for us to do is to pass this bill with the fiscal note and say clearly to the legislature, and particularly the people who have been bucking indigent legal services for some time, you asked us to reform this system. We went had a big study on how to do it. This is one of the pieces that they recommended, and we're proposing it. And if you don't, if it sits on the table and doesn't get funded, then I think it's clearer that, yeah, I agree, it'll go back to MCILS to deal with it until we do something in another session. But I think for us to just not, for us to say that, you know, we're going to defeat this because it can't get funded, I think is not the way to go, because then we're not saying that we think this is absolutely needed. And, you know, somebody else is going to say, no, you can't do that. But I mean, I think that, I think it's important for us to stand firm with what the center recommended as the right thing to do. Now, my guess is that even at appropriations, they might try to figure a way to do it cheaper, but who knows about that? And I don't think we can control what appropriations is going to do. So that's my 2 cents.
Representative, thank you. Representative Reckitt. Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Representative Reckitt. And this is not the first time that this has happened today when we're talking about bills. We're trying to put a price on justice. And we've heard from the Sixth Amendment report from the center on many issues, and the reality is they cost money. And I don't think we, what's the price of justice? We're being told that these changes need to be made. I know that if we move this off to pass, it may well die on the table, but we've been charged with improving our criminal defense system. And that's going to take some dollars. And if we're serious about doing it, we have to move these things forward. And then it's up to others to say, well, I guess we're really not serious about fixing these problems in our system that result in people spending time incarcerated at great expense to the taxpayers of Maine.
Representative Babbage. Representative Babbage.
Thank you very much. I too agree with Representative Reckitt. I mean, we have no obligation to follow the recommendations of the Sixth Amendment Center, but it turns out it's an outstanding report with excellent recommendations that are well-founded. And so we might have a moral obligation to move forward. And I don't want to eliminate the possibility that if we express support for the bill, that the appropriations does often give us a piece of the pie in going forward. And that may be just funding or a transfer of current positions. But I think we should support what Representative Harnett refers to as justice in this case. Thank you.
I'm going to take that as a motion.
So moved.
And Representative Harnett's comments is a second. Any further discussion? If not, I would ask the folks remoting to come join us.
Okay.
So technically, I think do you have the voting sheet there? I think it's I'm trying to remember, this was a divided report, I think. And if it's ought to pass as if one of the reports is ought to pass as amended, you're changing the amendment to include all this money, I think.
So we'll have to move to reconsider. Who was on the prevailing side? Was Babbage? Yes. Was Harnett? Yes. Okay. And I'll take their comments as a motion to reconsider.
Okay.
Without objection? Babbage can't hear me. He's en route.
I apologize. I missed what just happened there, but you're looking at me like I'm, oh, like I was supposed to do something, no? Okay. Okay. Okay.
All right, pending motion before the committee is actually reconsideration. We've got to back it up and amend it, so further discussion about that. All in favor, please indicate, so indicate. Unanimous, thank you. Now, Representative Babbage's motion will be ought to pass as amended with the fiscal note, right? Seconded by Representative Harnett. Discuss. The committee clerk call the roll, please.
Representative Cardone. Yes. Representative Cardone votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Curtis. Representative Curtis is absent. Representative Reckett. Representative Reckett is absent. Senator Bellows.
Yes.
Senator Bellows votes yes. Senator Carpenter.
Yes.
Senator Carpenter votes yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Talbot Ross.
Yes.
Representative Talbot Ross votes yes. Representative DeVoe. Representative DeVoe is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 8 members voted yes.
Eight members of the committee voting in the affirmative and none in the negative. Ought to pass as amended prevails. I'd remind the folks who are remote that they'll have 24 hours to contact the presiding officers. All right, one more bill. LD 1067. Remind us where we are, Peg.
So we're talking Sixth Amendment Center here again. And once again, we're using an existing bill as a vehicle, but at least this was kind of put in for that purpose because it's a concept draft. And what you decided back in wherever you were in March 10th, I have, that you were going to use this bill to create a very hardworking, thorough working group on the right to counsel. And if you remember, you had several people in the room with you, Josh Tardy, Zach Hayden. I think David Carroll was here that day. And you said, let's do a resolve. We'll have, you tried to keep it narrowed, and you were going forward with making, they had to consider how to do a public defender system. It wouldn't have to be statewide, but it would have to at least include public defenders. And the language is all there about who's going to be in it. It would be 13 members, 2 members of the Senate, 5 members of the House, and then the Judicial Department would be providing 3 members appointed by the Chief Justice, and the governor would appoint 3. And let's see, the duties, the working group would review the state's indigent legal services system and design and propose a plan for the state to adopt a public defender system, including statutory reforms to ensure that every person facing a potential loss of liberty in a criminal or juvenile proceeding is provided with effective legal representation at every critical stage of the proceeding. There are certain considerations in there, and because you were positive, optimistic people back on March 10th, you had a reporting date of November 4th, 2020. So what, without changing, it's probably not possible to get that done. It is an emergency. So it could, once it's approved, it would take effect, but you still have to get people appointed. So the fiscal note is provided based on all the work being done by June 30th of 2021. If you push it past June 30th, you're going into another fiscal year, and then you're going to have to deal with different considerations. It also includes $15,000 that David Carroll suggested, because one of the things, section 6 of the amendment on page 3, that in addition, the working group may contract with experts to provide technical assistance on the development, of indigent representation systems, including public defenders. And David Carroll said that is a service that the Sixth Amendment Center provides. They can't do that for free. 15,000 was what he thought would be the maximum. So you need to look at two things, assuming everything else is okay and we fix that typo. The date, do you still want this to try to happen this year? And then the funding for it. Right now, it's drafted so that money would come from the study budget, because it's a study. It uses legislative staff resources. It will sit on the study table. And if the council approves it, they can fund it from the study budget. That's, you could do it other ways. You could do a straight $15,000 general fund appropriation and use the other, per diem and staffing costs out of the study budget. But I guess what you really, the first thing you need to focus on is, when do you want this to happen? And do you push it to December 1st of 2021 instead? I mean, maybe that's your option. I don't know. So those are the two key questions: reporting date and funding.
Representative Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Peggy, this is just because I honestly don't remember, but this is, the way it's written, it really just focuses on a public defender system. I thought that this was supposed to encompass all the Sixth Amendment Center recommendations other than the ones that we dealt with separately in the other bills we've been talking about, like 182 we just talked about. And that certainly developing a public defender system was part of that. But the way this is written, it really, I read it that all this group is going to look at is how to set up a public defender system. Is that what we wanted to accomplish? And again, I honestly don't remember. That's a, can you refresh my memory question, not a challenge question. Thank you.
Thank you. I do think that was what you ended up doing back in March. I'm just looking at my notes. If you remember, you pulled the people that were there. Maybe you don't remember. I remember that the folks that were in the room with you, because this was around the time that Josh Tardy, who's chair of the commission, MCILS, was reporting to you about what they had been doing. Commissioner Cummins was there, Commissioner Snyder was there, the deputy director was there, David Carroll was there, and Zach Hayden was there. And you sent them off into another room to come up with this study group while we sat in the committee room and worked on some other bills. So I really do think that that was the focus of this.
If I could interject, I think there's another thing that has to be in this piece that you haven't articulated. But it seems to me if we're talking about creating a public defender system, it's even more crucial that we make sure that the voices of the diverse communities in Maine are in this study group. Because I think the reality is that the people who are going to be using a public defender system will come from all parts of the state and all ethnic and racial diversity folks. So I think that really this is a place where even more so than what we did before, it's crucial that somewhere in the verbiage of this, it's articulated that this should include people of all racial and ethnic diversities and other types of diversity in the state of Maine. And out of 13 people, for God's sakes, we could do a little better than we sometimes do on this issue. And so I think it's important that we articulate that we want this to happen in this bill.
Other questions or comments or motions or? Ms. Pelletier.
Yes, I thank you for letting me chime in. I'm looking at the text of the draft, and in answer to Representative Bailey's question, I think particularly 2 talks in terms of evaluating the relative merits of employing a combination of public defenders and private attorneys. And I think 3 anticipates that, at least in some areas of Maine, you're going to need the private attorney system. And it talks about appropriate cost to provide constitutionally effective representation, including training, supervision, and the cost of infrastructure and support staff. And I think if you recall the Sixth Amendment Center report, much of their recommendations were for additional, even in the areas that had private counsel, additional supervisory staff employed by the commission, additional training staff employed by the commission, and addressing the issues with respect to support staff for private attorneys, and that had to do with the recommendation regarding the hourly rate. So it seems to me that if you read 2 and 3 together, it talks about yes, evaluating the merits of a public defender system, but also 3 particularly would require looking at the staffing recommendations of the Sixth Amendment Center, even for those parts of the state that may well remain where the service is provided by private counsel. So that's my take on it. I just wanted to chime in.
I await a motion. Representative Bailey.
I don't have a motion. I think though we need to talk about the date, and we haven't spoken about it. And again, my only concern is that, again, the way I read this, and in particular, section 1, working group established, that the working group on the right to counsel referred to in this resolve is established to design and propose a plan for Maine to adopt a public defender system. So to me, that's what this group is getting together to do, is to design and propose a plan for Maine to adopt a public defender system, which is fine. But then what happens to the rest of the recommendations of the Sixth Amendment Center? And again, I thought that that's part of what this group was going to be looking at, is kind of, the bigger picture. Anyways, the language I would like to see in that section is perhaps something like to explore ways to implement the recommendations of the Sixth Amendment Center report, including to design and propose a plan for Maine to adopt a public defender system. Just to ensure that we're not limiting this group to just that one narrow focus. And again, I think we need to talk about what we want to do with the date. I think November 4th is probably unrealistic.
I would think, as long as we come up with a date prior to the end of the fiscal year, such as June 1st, 2021, or something like that. We have not voted on this yet, correct? So you're proposing to amend section 1 to read as you just ad-libbed it? Okay. I'll take that as a motion. Looking for a second. Representative Cardone seconds it. Representative Harnett was hesitating. You have a question, Representative Harnett? Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Bellows, you have a question.
I know Zach Hayden from the ACLU has joined us, and he's been part of this process since the beginning. It was part of that small group that we had instructed to go and write the agreement and then come back to us that particular work session. And I may be wrong, but I think that motion way back then was mine. So I just wanted to hear from Mr. Hayden and ensure that we're staying focused. So I just wanted to do that before I was ready to vote.
Welcome, Mr. Hayden. Your thoughts?
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Carpenter, Senator Bellows, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Zachary Hayden. I'm Chief Counsel at the ACLU of Maine. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My thought, just in response to Representative Bailey's point, obviously the desire to work through as much of the Sixth Amendment Center's recommendations, as many of those recommendations as possible, is one that we certainly enthusiastically share. The concern, and I think the sort of the logic behind limiting this group to just the public defender issue was that that was a very big undertaking, and it was one that was having a lot of trouble getting going, and that just that one piece, which I completely agree, is only one piece. Is certainly not all of the solution to all of the problems identified by the Sixth Amendment Center, but is one important way to address those. That in and of itself was going to take a great deal of energy, and so didn't want to put too much on this group and not have them have success on this one issue. To the second point on the timing, obviously the clock is ticking. The idea behind the timing was that you wanted to have whatever recommendations were needed before the cloture date for the start of the next legislature, so that if there was a need for legislation, then there would be time to get that in front of the next legislature, which I hope and think many of you will probably be a part of.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
The room audio seems to have been muted. We're on our way up to go unmute that.
Yes,
I came in this morning.
you did.
I'll stay over here.
I came in this morning and they told me, oh, you'll have no problems. There's no problems with anything.
Representative Babbitt.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Was I on?
Yes. Hold on a minute.
Actually.
Yeah, no, we did. You missed it. You must have been in transit. And we're going to have Peggy figure out where to put that in. The same language we used before. Yeah, I'm good with that. All right. I don't think there's a motion.
Are we all set?
Are we demuted? Okay, we're good to go. All right, so I'm looking for a motion. And the only thing we're going to change, I think, would be to add the language from this morning, because we're going to go stay with what we have here. And the fiscal, oh, and the date. So is June 1st, 2021 an acceptable date?
Can I just
Sure.
make sure you understand that this group can continue to work. It will not have legislative staff while the legislature's in session. So, we usually coincide the end of these studies, not only so they can report legislation to the legislature, but because that's when we shift from working with these study commissions to working for the legislature itself.
Okay.
There's no reason they can't meet. And I know that David Carroll was talking about technical assistance and not necessarily the logistical and some other assistance. But I just need you to be clear that once the legislature convenes, there will be no staffing from my office for this study group.
All right, let's put, who? Senator Bellows.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Pelletier and Mr. Hayden, because presumably they would be potentially two of the individuals who would be working on this or involved with some of this work. I think the reason to have it the date before cloture for the first regular session was to make sure that a project of this magnitude made it into the initial budget discussions, rather than trying to work it in through the supplementary budget discussions, which are always so much more limited in scope. And to try to do something that could be even potentially be included in the governor's budget, should there be an idea that was well formulated. But I'm also mindful that if we had done this by April 15th, you would have had the whole summer and fall to work on it. Given Peggy's cautionary note that for a good deal of August, staff may not be available, do you feel that it's realistic to get it done by a November date or even a December date? Or do you think that we should revise this to look at June 2021? And I just welcome both of your opinions, recognizing it's just an opinion, but just curious about that.
I think it's going to need to go over to the next legislature, frankly, to the budget next year. But
this is Zachary Hayden. I think that at least some of the work can be done and completed this fall, because I think you're absolutely right, Senator Bellows. Having at least something completed enough to be considered for the regular budget, rather than having to be in a supplemental budget, is desirable, perhaps to the point of necessary. As Mr. Pelletier can speak, the issue of trying to get supplemental appropriations for matters related to indigent defense has not been, to put it mildly, extremely successful. So having this something that was considered as part of the regular budget, even if not all the details have been worked out, even if, as Senator Carpenter suggests, many details might not be worked out until this next spring, if there was enough work done that, you know, that at least the shape of the thing could be considered and funding could be proposed to the Appropriations Committee and the Oversight Committees, you know, beginning at the beginning of the next legislature, I think that's extremely desirable.
All right.
Did Mr. Pelletier want to weigh in at all?
John, do you have something you want to say?
I don't have a lot to add. It's a big undertaking, and I know that there are members on our commission who are interested in a proposal for along the lines of a PD office. It would be very difficult, bordering on impossible, for a couple of commissioners and our current staff to do the actual legwork to have a proposal ready for the budget office in a timely fashion. Undertaking a group such as this, undertaking the task, seems to me has more potential to get a realistic proposal together that could be considered in a time frame that where the governor is putting together her budget.
Is there a motion on the floor? I'm looking for somebody to make a motion.
Senator,
Rachel, pardon? Okay. I'm looking for a motion that puts a date in here and adds the language that we've talked about. Pardon? So
Mr.
moved.
Chair.
Rachel, Representative Talbot Ross?
Sure, Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering if what we're voting on includes the consideration language that Representative Reckett mentioned, because I did, okay, thank you.
The only two things that I anticipate going in here would be a date. And do we have consensus for next year or this year? What do you want to do? We need to make a decision. Go ahead.
Peggy, could we do could we say within a preliminary report due November such and such, and with the ability to present a final report in the second year? Then if the commission had set, made a recommendation to the legislature that someone introduce legislation to fund.
I'll take that as a motion.
With the racial justice language as well,
Right.
or the racial representation language.
Have a second?
And when do you want the second report? If the preliminary report is still November of 2020,
Let's
do
say
you want
December.
December? So that would go, okay.
Let's say
Let's say
December.
December 1st. That way it'll be before closure.
What about
Yeah.
the second?
So actually the joint rules allow the committee that is receiving this report to report out legislation based on a study group.
Oh,
So although you might want to add a bill, put one in before cloture, and actually cloture in the second regular session, which you would be talking about, if I'm assuming you're
first.
talking. Go ahead.
No, I was thinking the first regular session, not the second.
Okay, so the preliminary report is due November 4th, 2020, and the final report is due December 1st of 2020.
Oh, I guess that doesn't make any sense. No. Maybe just a report due, maybe January 1st, if the committee can report out a bill. Or a preliminary report due December 1st, and then a secondary report due by April 1st.
I'll take that as a motion.
Okay.
Do I have a second? Representative Babbage. seconds it.
Yeah, the second report, though, would come out without staffing.
That's a
right?
good point.
Yeah, so I think your idea of having it go to committee and the committee put out a bill early, very early in the session, January 1st or whatever, they'll have staffing until then or close till then. I think that part is excellent. I don't know if you want to have a subsequent report or not.
So maybe we just have a report like due January 5th or something, and then that gives the Judiciary Committee ample time to create its own bill.
And sometimes one of the recommendations from a study committee that has a huge agenda is to extend, is legislation to extend the study committee so they can either, finish or you identify some issues that you specifically want them to work on in the second year after that first report. So you could leave it as that final, the report is due whenever, January 15th. Not that you'll have staffing once the legislature convenes, but that doesn't mean you won't have the people who are interested still, working towards resolution. And then once the Judiciary Committee picks it up, then they can include, if they say we like where this is going and we need more work, then they can pass out a bill that extends the commission or creates a new one or whatever.
Let's do January 5th because by the 15th, the legislature will have reconvened and we won't have staff.
The legislature, actually, the 130th legislature
Convene in
convenes
December.
December 1st, I believe, this year.
Yeah.
All right, then it's irrelevant. That doesn't matter as much.
So I hear a motion for January the 5th. Do I have a second for that? Is that Representative Bellows' motion, Representative Harnett second? And the language that we'll call it the lowest record language included in there. Any further discussion? If you'd make your way here, please, so we can vote.
So I just need to clarify this. Are we including the language that Representative Bailey had initially recommended? No. Okay. Still focusing on the public defender piece of all the recommendations.
All right. Pending motion is to amend the amendment, the bill, the amendment to reflect a report back date of January the 5th, 2021, and to indicate in the establishment language, if you will, the language we used this morning, recognizing the diversity makeup of our citizenry. Any further discussion? Representative Babbage.
Thank you. I just want it to be noted that I'm enthusiastic about the lowest record language. Thank you.
We will note your enthusiasm.
He's just trying to increase his jam.
And the committee clerk will enthusiastically call the roll.
Representative Cardone. Yes. Representative Cardone votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Curtis. Representative Curtis is absent. Representative Reckitt. Representative Reckitt is absent. Senator Bellows.
Yes.
Senator Bellows votes yes. Senator Carpenter.
Yes.
Senator Carpenter votes yes. Representative Bailey? Yes. Representative Bailey votes yes. Representative Babbage?
Yes.
Rep- Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Talbot Ross? Are you finished? Yes. Representative Talbot Ross votes yes. Representative DeVoe? Representative DeVoe is absent. Senator Kime? Senator Kime is absent. Representative Hagan? Representative Hagan is absent. 8 members voted yes.
8 members voting in the affirmative, none in the negative. The motion to amend the amendment carries. Now we need to amend the bill. Now we need to move, somebody needs to move to pass, ought to pass as amended on the bill.
So moved.
Representative Senator Bellows moves, seconded by Representative Babbage. All those.
Representative Cardone? Yes. Representative Cardone votes yes. Representative Harnett?
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Evangelos?
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Curtis? Representative Curtis is absent. Representative Reckett? Representative Reckett is absent. Senator Bellows?
Yes.
Senator Bellows votes yes. Senator Carpenter?
Yes.
Senator Carpenter votes yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey votes yes. Representative Babbage?
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Talbot Ross?
Yes.
Representative Talbot Ross votes yes. Representative DeVoe? Representative DeVoe is absent. Senator Kime? Senator Kime is absent. Representative Hagan? Representative Hagan is absent. 8 members voted yes.
8 members having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative, the motion ought to pass as amended prevails. I'd remind the committee members on 24 hours to contact the presiding officers. Thank you. Having no further business to come before the committee. Beg pardon? I didn't hear you.
I wanted to raise an issue. I wanted to discuss something.
Representative Evangelos.
Mr. Chair, I think our chairs and the committee is doing remarkable work under the circumstances, but I do have some concerns around confirmation hearings, given that people are going to be confirmed for 5 or 7 year judicial or quasi-judicial appointments, given the inability or lack of ability of the public to weigh in on these nominations. I'm going to have to think about whether I can participate in the hearings. I just want to give it some thought and wanted to open it up to what anyone else thought.
Actually, could I explain a little bit what the process is going to be? It won't be a Zoom meeting like this. It's going to be a Zoom webinar, and you will be panelists as opposed to attendees. I think you come in, you start out as attendees, and then the chairs invite you in as panelists. Any member of the public who wants to testify in the confirmation hearings or the public hearings on the bills in the afternoon, it's on the hearing notice. They contact the Legislative Information Office and they will receive by email a link to actually provide testimony, much like we've invited people in to the Zoom meeting. That's how they're going to be able to testify in the confirmation hearings and the public hearings on the bill. It won't be, limited participation like these Zoom meetings are. It's going to be a Zoom webinar. They have to contact Legislative Information to get that the link that they use to sign in on Tuesday. So we're actually not limiting who can testify, but it has to be through kind of, the Zoom platform, but it's anybody can ask for that option to testify. Not the same as you're used to, but we're not limiting who can testify. You can cut them off if they get inappropriate or, somebody's trolling.
So Representative Talbot Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to
just wanted to speak to Representative Evangelist's concern, and thank you, Peggy, for explaining that it won't be as limiting because there is a way in which to include the public. But I'm still concerned. I share Representative Evangelist's concerns because of the way access to technology in some of the areas of the state, and this is a state appointment. These are state appointments. I'm concerned about the limitations of access to the Zoom and technology, the Wi-Fi, and that will impact the public's ability to fully participate without any barriers.
Representative Bailey?
My understanding that is if anyone needs to have access and doesn't have that ability, that it will be provided. So when they do contact who they need to contact, that can be arranged. I also understand that even the day of the hearing, if, you know, people are watching on YouTube and are like, oh, wait, I want to testify. How do I do that? There's a telephone number that they can call at that time, and they will be walked through how they can participate. So just letting you know that I think that, you know, they've had some confirmation hearings and some public hearings, and they've really worked hard at ensuring that the public, to the extent they want to, can participate and that there won't be any barriers. That's my understanding.
Thank you. Without any further ado, then I'm going to adjourn the committee meeting until 10 o'clock Tuesday morning. Yeah. That's what Peggy says. That's what Supi says. Jeff, you had your hand up? Okay. Nothing further. Thank you very much. Drive carefully.